Okay, Council, can I get a motion to rise from in camera? Pam, Todd, all those in favor of rising from in camera? That's carried. Good morning, everyone. This meeting is actually already in session. We've had an in-camera portion already. So, Madam Clerk, any items not listed on the agenda?
So you'll have to do the motion.
Oh, okay. Shall we do that before we do this?
Yep.
Okay. Right. We have a motion from our in-camera session. Madam Clerk, can you read those? And I think
I would be providing the motion, yes.
Okay.
The council approved the agreement for property acquisition for the culvert project pursuant to an agreement, and that the agreement will become public once the property interest transfer is complete, contemplated as part of the agreement at 23 Brock Street.
Thank you, yes, Madam Clerk, that would be my motion.
Okay. Would someone like to second that? Okay, Todd? All those in favor? That's carried. Next motion, Madam Clerk.
And the next motion is the council authorize the treasurer to borrow funds on an interest-free basis from the township reserves at the treasurer's discretion to use as temporary financing for the acquiring of property interest at the property known as 23 Brock Street West, and that the treasurer be authorized to repay any borrowed funds to reserves upon receipt of debenture financing as was approved in report TR 4218 with respect to the property known as 23 Brock Street West.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, that would also be my motion.
Okay, seconded by Todd Snooks. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. All right, so Madam Clerk, any items not listed on the agenda?
Oh yeah. You had two addendums with copious amounts of correspondence on it that went out on Friday.
Excellent. Thank you. And then any announcements? How about we start with you, Willie?
No announcements today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Gord? Gary? Oh, Mike, please.
Yeah, there was a meeting last Tuesday night at Sanford Hall regarding the proposed tower that Cosman Pop is proposing, and we had about 60 people turn out, and most of them were for, one or two objections, but that was about it. And Cosman Pop said that the best location for the tower would be right at the store in Sanford, because they need a direct sight line from the tower in Zephyr to Sanford. At any rate, there are still a few more details to iron out before it's a done deal. So we're just waiting to hear what happens.
Okay, and just to speak to that, Gary, there's been some additional information posted late last night, and it looks like the objections are mostly lifted, and he's going to go through with a Corin's application. So we'll see that in this council fairly soon. Okay, Pam, any announcements?
No, and no voice.
Oh, I didn't notice. Okay. Todd?
Nothing new, no.
Okay, Gary. Oh, sorry. Bruce. 2 weeks in a row. I talk to you 10 times a week and only mess it up here. Thanks, Bruce.
Just the one, Bob Armitage is sitting in the back of the room, and he's, I think congratulations out to him. He has successfully opened up his trailside B&B on Cosmos, so it's nice to have some new accommodations in town. So congratulations, Bob. That's it.
Okay, and I just have a quick one. Especially after this weekend, I think the pond is probably secure enough to skate on. I know that we've had a member of our staff that was out plowing this weekend, I think on his own time, and it looks amazing, and it looks a little chilly. So maybe when it warms up a little bit, we'll get back out on the pond. Okay, and something was just put in front of me. This is Vince's Market donation. In 2018, Uxbridge Scugog Animal Shelter was chosen by Vince's Market to be part of their community project initiative. Every 2 weeks, Vince's chose a featured product in which 15% of the sales were donated to the project. At the end of 2018, Vince's Market made a donation of $7,876.98. This donation allows us to create improvements, purchase equipment, and improve the level of care for the animals in the new Uxbridge Animal Shelter. The donation is greatly appreciated by staff of the animal shelter and both by Uxbridge and the Scugog Townships. Thanks again to the Vince's staff and to our community for their support in this remarkable initiative, as well as the animal shelter. And, sure. Yeah, why don't you do that? Thanks.
So just a reminder to everybody that the meeting for next Monday, January the 28th, has been canceled. The meeting for February the 4th, which is normally a day meeting and is committee, GP&A, has been rescheduled to a night meeting starting at 7 o'clock and will now be a council meeting instead of committee. So that's February the 4th.
Okay, and then next on the agenda, we've got presentations for some long-term service awards. So we'll go up front for this. Thanks. Thanks. Diana, do you want to come up first? Thank you very much. Now, what's amazing about our municipality is our staff. The majority of us live in Uxbridge and dedicate huge amounts of time and energy to the service here. And Diana is a perfect example of that. 30 years, and I think we're about the same age. I don't know how that happened. But thank you so much for your service. Really appreciate it. Thank you. There you go. Thank you. And can we pose for a photo? Sure. Yeah. Do you want to sing it? No. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, and next we've got Andre Grattan, 10 years of service to Uxbridge, and I've chatted with Andre many times about how the only job that's worse than his in this municipality is mine. So, anyway, Andre, congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate the service. Okay, this will make me look tall. Thanks, buddy. Oh, sure. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks. Next, we've got a delegation from Durham Regional Tourism and from Central Counties. Do you want to come up, Brandon and Chuck?
Oh, thank you. Oh, laser pointer. Nice. Good morning. What we thought we would do with the new council now in session, you guys have your feet under you with the new council. We thought we'd come up and talk about how, through some aligned efforts, we can continue to create some awesome economic impact in Uxbridge through tourism. So, a quick introduction of who the players are. My name is Chuck. I'm the Executive Director of Central Counties Tourism. We're the provincially funded not-for-profit that's dedicated to developing, supporting, and promoting the tourism assets of Durham Region, York Region, and the Headwaters Tourism Region, which is Orangeville, Dufferin County, Erin, and Caledon.
Hi everyone, I'm Brandon Pickard, Manager of Tourism from Durham Region. We focus a lot of our efforts on growing and attracting visitation to the region through sport tourism, business meetings and events. And over the last year and a half, we've been working a lot with the local municipalities and driving alignment through our Durham Tourism Municipal Leadership Team to kind of bring all municipalities kind of in alignment in the region so that we're not duplicating service. We're ensuring that our dollars are spent wisely, and we're giving our stakeholders and local operators the best return on investment within tourism.
Everybody, I'm Lisa John McKenzie. I think I've met most of you. I am the Tourism Development Coordinator for Uxbridge, and I work fairly closely with Chuck and Brandon and their teams to align on different partnership initiatives that we're doing here in Uxbridge.
So just to get going, I think the first thing we need to understand is what a tourist is and what it isn't. And I think that when most people think tourist, they're thinking of someone who's wearing a Hawaiian shirt with a hat, zinc on their nose, a camera, socks, and sandals. And that's not the case in Ontario, especially in the communities just outside of the GTA. 98% of tourism spending in our region is done by Ontarians. So it's someone like myself out of Georgetown who would come up here to go to the brewery, maybe go for lunch, go to the museum and a few other things. I'm a tourist. I don't consider myself a tourist when I'm here, but I am. A really easy definition, it's someone who doesn't live in your community or work in your community, who's spending their hard-earned disposable income in your community. Gotta find the right button. So tourism by the numbers, they're big. But really, in 2016, which is the most recent we can get from StatsCan, Durham Region saw 4.1 million visitors who spent $301 million at thousands of tourism businesses employing tens of thousands of people who then are tax-paying people and are putting more money back into the local economy by buying their groceries and doing their own restaurants and shopping and that sort of stuff. Tourism really is a catalyst for growth. By embracing tourism, you're attracting new businesses, you're attracting new residents. Very few people are going to wake up one morning in Windsor and say, hey, I want to move to Uxbridge. It's not going to happen unless they've been here. And often the first time they get here, it's because they are visiting for some reason, whether it's for the train or it's visiting some friends and relatives. As a quick note, when the Thomas the Tank Engine came to Uxbridge, the volunteers came back and were telling us people were asking where the real estate office was. I hadn't even thought of it, but really, people were like, hey, this is a great place. So it helps build that economy. We retain and grow current businesses, and we can become a vibrant place to live, work, and visit. For a lot of businesses in smaller communities, having an extra 10 people come through their doors a week can be the difference between being open year-round and being closed through the slower seasons. So for the community, for the residents itself, the tourism helps. Tourism really is about amplifying. I know it looks like, or laser pointing in this case, it looks like a reverse cone here. None of us here, we don't own anything. The tourism businesses are really what drives the tourism economy. And then it's up to our dear friends at the municipal level to work with those businesses and help them out. Then we get up to the Durham region, who takes what's happening and amplifies that message through the rest of the region to drive visitation around the region. At Central Counties, we do the same thing, but at a broader level, trying to push the messaging, tell people where to go, what to do, how to have a good time. So we're just going to talk briefly about some of the services that are provided at each of the levels. So why don't we start?
Sure. So at the Uxbridge municipal level, we have a tourism strategy which we follow. So I work towards that plan. I work in partnership with Central Counties and Durham Tourism on a number of initiatives. So they will support on certain events that we're doing in the area, as well as marketing that we're doing. We also, we're out at events not only supporting in terms of marketing, we also attend different events. We have a tourism trailer that we go out to events in, and we actually initiate some events ourselves, which is a fairly new thing for us. So we have a couple of events that we do each year. We also I work personally in close conjunction with a team of, an advisory team. And the advisory team provides support and leadership and guidance and ideas, and also acts as a conduit to council.
From a Durham tourism standpoint, there's a lot of work that's happening in alignment, but we're currently at the regional level. We've just gone through a recent Durham.ca revitalization. From that, we revitalized, I guess, our Durham tourism website, and those updates and upgrades are still ongoing with an enhanced event calendar, homepage, looking to businesses and events to take advantage of those opportunities. We're working on a strategy for enhancing our social media presence, and a lot of that works in alignment with the local municipalities, figuring out what's happening, what are the events, which business just opened, what's on special today, how do we cultivate these stories from a municipal level, share them at a regional level, and push it out broader to attract day trips as well as overnight visitation, and it all kind of happens in alignment.
And then at the Central Counties level, we try to pull all that together. And also, we have the resources to help develop tourism at a grassroots level. So we provide a lot of tourism training where we talk to the business operators and start to get them thinking about destination development. If you're a restaurateur in Uxbridge and you think you only serve people that live here, then the restaurant across the street is your competition. However, when we start to talk to them and we start to talk about getting people coming from further away, then they start to work together in alignment, then people will travel from 30, 40 kilometers to come to Uxbridge for dinner, because even if the restaurant they want to go to is full, they know, because they're working together, the person will say, oh, we're full tonight, but go across the street because I think they've got room, and then hopefully you'll come back another time, and you actually build a destination. I'm thrilled with Uxbridge. Has been probably the poster child for Central Counties when it comes to embracing tourism, both from a municipal standpoint, a fantastic group of stakeholders, a really, really hard-working tourism advisory committee, and they're taking advantage of all of the things that we have to offer. We worked in partnership with Uxbridge to build out the community tourism plan, the wayfinding plan and strategy, and Central Counties wants to leverage money. So the municipality and the stakeholders have invested a lot of money over the last few years, and we've been able to match those funds. And that's really, one of the things that we love to do is, when you're thinking in tourism, don't think about one of your dollars just being a dollar. One of your dollars turns into 2 or 3 almost every single time, and that's a really important thing to remember. That it talks about the amplification and the investment. So I think we're just going to leave it there. There's lots going on. There's a lot of exciting projects on the go, and Uxbridge is already part of them. But we just wanted to come and introduce ourselves to the new council and see if there's any questions about what else you would need from us and how we can help. And really, this is something that we've been pushing for a couple of years now. Tourism spending, it's an investment, not an expense on your budget line, because tourism spending comes with an ROI for your stakeholders, for your municipality, for your residents. So I think it's a good way to leave this presentation. So thank you so much. Did I keep within 10 minutes? Did I keep the time okay?
I think you're good. Thanks a lot, Chuck. Any questions from council? Pam really wants to, but she can't speak.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
So, thank you, Chuck, for being here, Lisa, and Brandon. It's so important what we've been able to accomplish in the last 4 years, and I can only imagine what we're going to be able to accomplish in the next. It's so important. I would say the last 4 years we were at a tipping point where we were either going to have nothing or zoom ahead, and we're in that zoom ahead mode, and there is so much more we can do with the support of the town, the BIA on every level. It's just so exciting. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Willie?
Yes, I echo Councillor Beach's comments. Just curious, Chuck, with regards to municipal events, are they, as I see that at different levels you support them, municipal events, are they capable of receiving your support as well, or is it like from a funding perspective, or is it mostly I won't call them add-ons, but the support with links, events going on in the region, that sort of thing?
if a municipal event is, when we talk to the organizers and they really are thinking this can drive some new visitation, then the funding is available through our partnership program and through our core funding in many cases. So, you know, for instance, with the YDHR, when they were hosting, you know, their Santa train, right? We promote that because we think, although it happens in this municipality, it's a much bigger event. The great thing about the way their websites work, because that's the other thing that we helped was with the websites, is that your event organizers can upload their event one time, and it can be then shown on the Discover Uxbridge site and on the Central County site. And the big ones we can push up through Destination Ontario and push it out about wide. So really, it's what you guys determine is you think has the ability to bring more people in, and then how our partnership would work is getting those people here. So it's trying to drive those additional visits.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Gordon.
Hi, Chuck.
Hi.
Thanks for visiting again. We always look forward to your speech. Just talking about leveraging, and I know we've come a long way in the last few years using, you know, the tools that you have available to you that we didn't have previously, and staff have taken full advantage of that. Just to go back to your definition of tourism, I mean, this is maybe my personal take on it, but there are a lot of people here that really don't realize the benefits that this town has to offer. Like, they work in Toronto, they come home at night, they go to the rink with their kids, and then they go home and they go to bed. I mean, there's all these tourism benefits and features in town that probably half the population don't even know exists. So when we're leveraging money to draw people from the outside, is there a way that we can bring people out that are already living here?
Yes.
Because to me, they're tourists.
No, it's true.
Whether
So
it meets the definition or not,
right.
right?
So when you think about a partnership, right, the way a partnership works is you say, I've got this much money to spend on this project. And let's say it's doing a municipal event, like we were just talking about. So I've got $1,000 to spend, and you think your $1,000 can really only go to, you know, to get that message out, can really only be done through the community, to really push that community. You say, Chuck, I'm investing $1,000 to get this event off the ground. We think it has tourism potential. Can I spend my $1,000 in town? And I go, sure. And then I can match that with another $1,000, and then we can amplify the message out a little further to try to get more people in, right? You know, we recognize, and I think the provincial government is poised to really recognize the economic impact of tourism, and also the benefit from a residential standpoint as well. You know, driving those new people to come in and live here. So the answer is yes, we can do it, but I'm not going to spend my money promoting to the locals, but I'll leverage what you have to spend to try to get more people to come.
Because from a township, the economic benefit, you know, to council and the community would be to have a buy-in, if you like, not only from within, but people coming. And you mentioned in your presentation that people come to Uxbridge for, like, the train event, and they love it so much they want to move here. And I know they do that for the trails. Yeah. They do it just for the beautiful surroundings that we have in Uxbridge, and maybe
I do it for the food and the beer.
Is there something that we could be doing maybe more from a staff perspective to promote from within, not only drawing people, you know, from Oshawa or wherever, but, you know, making the most of the people that already live here, and that's maybe something to think about. So. Yeah.
We offer a tourism ambassador program, which is something we can talk to about getting. You've got a really good base of volunteers here too, and we can talk to the Tourism Advisory Council and the BIA about a tourism ambassador program, which just gets people thinking about, you know, keeping up with what's going on. So when someone does say, hey, you know, what's happening? Oh, did you know you could go here? You can go here. Yeah. You know, you think about the amount of people that live in Toronto that have never been up to CN Tower.
I know BIA's been working on it for years, but it's again cracking that nut and making people aware of what we have to offer. So.
And these are all programs that we offer up for free.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll just jump in and add a point. I think with the digital trends in marketing and looking at the marketing mix, I think right now we're at a junction. I mean, when you travel as a tourist and you go to a new community or a new country, you want to go to the places where the locals are going. So it's just as important for us to market to our locals, and we have a significant amount of expansion that's taking place within the region, and new housing development, new people moving to the area that want to educate our current residents, because we do have a number of conversations where I've lived here my whole life and I had no idea about experience X or Y. So as we look to build out the stories that we're telling, we want to identify where are people consuming media within the region. We have a number of residents that are, call it displaced, where you live in Durham region, you work in York region or downtown Toronto. Those are also our ambassadors and our champions. So if we can find that marketing mix, and through programmatic targeting and social marketing online, we can target to neighborhoods here. If our content's good enough, which we're striving to continue to push out new content, new storytelling, our residents will then become our ambassadors and share it through their channels and their feeds, and post stuff on Instagram Live or Facebook Live and show it to their visiting families and friends. So when they come, they can show off their hometown or their neighborhood and community. So all of us working together and through community input and support, I think we'll continue to drive that message and really see an uptick in tourism as we move forward. So.
Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah. Earlier on in your presentation, I think you showed a figure of 4.1 million visitors to Durham. How do you come up with that figure?
StatsCan comes up with it, and I think they use some sort of an algorithm based on who's reporting what from from their revenue sources and that sort of thing. We know from things like the Ontario Lacrosse Association, right? We know that there's 30,000 people that are coming in over the course of those couple of days. We've also got the 401 corridor, and a lot of people are stopping along their way through. Our job, one of the main things we want to do, is get them to stop for longer and spend more money while they're here. 4.1 million, when you think about it, is 11,000 people a day. And in a region the size of this, I think it's probably a little understated. Technology is getting more savvy to try to, and I think there's going to be a time, hopefully in the near future, where we'll get a much more accurate number, because I argue with these stats almost constantly because I think that they are underrepresented in terms of the actual economic impact. Using Canada's Wonderland as an example, it shows in York region that only 94,000 people are tourists that go to any attraction in York region. Well, we work very closely with Canada's one of the biggest tourism drivers in Ontario, and they tell me that over 400,000 people travel from more than 500,000 or 500 kilometers away. So there is some. It's only as good as the information they're getting. But going forward, they're going to be using Interact and all the different payment methods, and they can track every purchase that's greater than 40 home base, and they'll know exactly what is tourism spending and what they're spending it on. Even at 98% of the spending in this region, and that was done through, what's the name of the company? Global Payments. That is a payment company coming up with numbers. They say 98% is domestic and 2% is international. Toronto is only at 2% as well, international. So you need to put it in perspective. And between Toronto, Niagara, and Central Counties, that represents 76% of international spending in this province. So we're actually doing a really good job of capturing some international money as well. Actually, Mike had just mentioned as an aside, the province is is doing a new tourism strategy. And there's a survey up on the Ministry of Tourism website, and I urge everyone who's got an interest in tourism to have their say and put their 2 cents in, because once again, like anything else, you can't complain about it if you haven't tried to make a difference. So if you go to the tourism website, you can put in as a municipal councillor, you can put in as if you're a business owner, or if you're just a visitor that travels Ontario. There's different ways that you can fill out the survey, and I urge everyone to do that.
Chuck, thank you very much. It's the work that's been done over the last 3 years since I've been involved has been incredible from a tourist perspective. We wouldn't have our new website without the funding from Central Counties. Our wayfinding signage, which we've only got one sign up, but there'll be plenty more to come in the spring. That wouldn't have happened without you guys. There's been a number of events where we bring all of our different tourist-style businesses in, and you guys have been a huge part of that. Our tourism committee has been phenomenal. And then all of our residents doing the right thing. Don's in the back. We've got the Tin Mill, we've got Urban Pantry, we've got Smokehouse, and the brewery, obviously. All these different people are creating the type of atmosphere that people want to come to. So I believe our trails are a huge tourism driver, our events, but also our community.
Oh, yeah.
Uxbridge itself is doing all the right things to be amazing. It's funny, you talked about Thomas actually adding to real estate in Uxbridge. You know, some people on my street moved to Uxbridge because they'd been here for Thomas. They looked at the two maps between their jobs, and Uxbridge was part of that circle. You know, they bought a really nice house on a few acres on my street. So this makes a big difference in Uxbridge. And when I spoke to people during the election, the new people, they weren't here because the house prices were low. They're here because they want to be part of this community. They want to see, they want to be able to ride their bikes. They want the local style restaurants. And again, you guys have been a very big part of that. And I appreciate all the tourism energy that have gone into who we are today. And the next 4 years is going to be incredible.
I agree. And,
So thank you.
And thank you to the council too. Without the support of the municipality, it wouldn't have happened. And it's really, this has been a fantastic collaboration from the, you know, and this is what tourism should be, from the stakeholder all the way up through. And everyone's working in the same direction. So it's been a pleasure, and I use you guys all the time as an example of what can go right when a council gets it and is supportive.
Well, again, thanks for coming in, Brandon, Lisa, Amanda, Amy, the whole team, Mike. It's been amazing what you guys have done, and keep it up.
Thanks.
Let me know when I can help.
Okay.
Okay, next we've got Gloria Morrison to talk about the Sunshine Pregnancy and Family Support Center. Didn't I say that? I said Sunrise, didn't I?
It's actually Sunrise, Mr. Mayor. But this is why I'm here, partially to allow you guys to know what Sunrise does, because it started over 26 years ago, and some of you may know Karen Parrott. She started Sunrise Pregnancy and Family Support Services because there was such a high need for young moms to finish high school, and so they started a daycare. So since then, it has changed dramatically. So today, I just want to thank you for allowing me time to share those changes with you, but also what your role is, our role, is in the community, and possibly our hopes of you guys helping us as an organization that runs strictly on donations. So as I mentioned, it did start 26 years ago. With Karen, and now I think you guys all received a pamphlet about Sunrise. We're really wanting people to understand, like you guys said in your presentation, this is an awesome community. We have a lot of volunteers at Sunrise. We have a big need for young families to be connected and to understand more what services are available in all of Durham Region, and so that's part of what Sunrise does. I just want to, this is the one, I gave you guys the one that volunteers, so you can really understand our organization, but this is the one that describes the services for pregnant women, and I'm just going to whip through them, because again, a lot of community members don't even know, like Sunshine or Sunrise Crisis Pregnancy. We did start as a crisis pregnancy center, but now things have progressed. So we have weekly parenting support groups with guest speakers, a community kitchen with an online nurse, or on-site, nurse, counselor, and child care, crisis support, pregnancy and parenting support, resources, lots of them, for pregnancy and childbirth. We have a clothing closet that the community has been incredibly generous donating to that. A young mom could get anything in there, even supplementation for their kids and while they're nursing for the formula. People donate formula. Pregnancy tests, free prenatal vitamins, $10 food voucher each week for healthy eating, which our nurse does, the Food for Thought program. New baby gifts, adoption referrals, post-abortion support and counseling, emergency child care, mentorship, educational presentations to local youth and school. And that's part of mine. I've just been hired on to help with community outreach, because when Karen retired, 4 of us needed to come and do her jobs, because she volunteered probably 40 hours a week, just strictly volunteering, driving clients to and from appointments and what have you. So we network and refer to other resources. For the children, sometimes the Precious Minds, North House, Durham Alternative Secondary School, and we have a summer drop-in program, swimming lessons, holiday parties, and a weekend retreat, which is coming up mid-February. So that's just very briefly. I know I've only got a few minutes, so I'm not going to go on with that. But we have helped in the last 26 years over 600 clients, and as I said, it's young families. We're helping the dads now. We're providing workshops occasionally as the need is for them as well. And what's happened is we're just trying to understand what young parents need in our community, and it's not just physically and emotionally and financially, but some of these people that come are really in need of somebody to talk to. So you might start seeing these around town. It says, think you might be pregnant, free and confidential phoning. We do that. And we also have a weekly program on Mondays that the nurse is there, the social worker, child development. There's the daycare, and we do a nutritious lunch together with one of the mums that, or dads that makes lunch or figures out so we can budget with the money and do healthy alternatives. So that's just a really, really short snippet. But we would love to see council and town just embrace Sunrise, because there are costs now, because Karen has stepped down after 27 years, and so we have an operating budget of only $18,000. So we only have 4 people that have been hired. I have 5 hours a week. I try to get out in the community to the nurses in the hospitals. We're going to be having these, just so that people will understand what we're more about. So that's part of my help that I'm supposed to be doing with my job. And I know a lot of people in the community. And council has been incredibly supportive of the youth and the teenagers in this town. I've seen it through Young Life and with Josh's Penny campaign, and also with the Seniors Center, allowing the youth center to be in there too. So I'm just asking, because I want to do another fundraiser, kind of like Josh's Fun House, or that's funny, spaghetti dinner and fun fair. It was kind of a fun house there for a little bit. And just because this is another opportunity, I'd like to gather the community together and to increase awareness, because that's a big part of my job, but also raise some funds. Bi-yearly we do that, and this is the year. So, again, we don't have a whole lot of money, but we'd like to bring families young and old together so we can show them how we do things, and we want to do life with our community. And so there's a lot of young girls and a lot of young families that need our support. So if we could use the Senior Center for our May 4th fundraiser, do a mini fun fair like Josh had, and also do just a simple spaghetti dinner, maybe bingo or something, and we would just need to have that facility. And we would really like these families, like the youth and the teenagers at the youth center, and with Young Life, we want to see these teens reach their full potential, and that's what these young families need at Sunrise as well. So that is my presentation. I sure hope that we'll hear from you soon. And thank you very much. Is there any questions?
Go ahead, Council. Any questions for Gloria? Go ahead, Gord.
Thanks, Gloria. It's always a pleasure to see you. I participated in your Walk the Trails event last year. Unfortunately, it was a very cold day, but anyway, once you got walking, it was fine.
Yeah.
When you want to take it to the next level, are there things that you need, obviously funding being a major one? Is it lack of volunteers, or is it just you need more money and
you know
space
what?
to host your events?
We have been so incredibly overwhelmed at the volunteers from our town. We do have a lot of ladies working in the child care,
right.
But it's more at events like the walk that we need to coordinate. You know, I'm hoping to have a silent auction for this next one as well, and that has to generate like $15,000 or we won't be able to,
Right, no, I understand.
keep
Yeah.
the,
It's always a challenge, I'm sure, you know, trying to raise money. I certainly support the event. Have you had a chance to talk to Karen, who does the bookings for the hall?
yes, it is available
So it
and
is
we have
available?
our name in pencil.
Okay, great. Then
So
it's-
we're hoping and trusting that
and
that
she's
goes.
made you aware of all the parameters, the insurance and that kind of stuff, has she told you?
We haven't got to that point because I said that I was gonna come and talk to you guys and
Okay.
then see if we could go further in that respect, but we did get insurance for the walk the
For
trails
other
as
walk.
well,
Okay,
so,
great.
yeah.
But I certainly support that event, and I'll make a motion, Mr. Mayor, to support that.
Okay, a seconder for that, seconded by Pam. And this, Gord, I'll just assume your motion is that we provide the seniors center on May 4th for,
At no cost, and then work out the parameters of the insurance with Karen.
sounds
Okay.
good.
That's
that
great.
okay?
Thank you so very much.
welcome.
That's great.
All those in favor of that? That's carried. Oh, go ahead.
Gloria, one thing we can probably work together on as well is this initiative where I'm trying to bring food rescue to town. So you and I should connect up on that, and the idea being to take perishable matter of the day where you're doing the food prep, we connect
Mhm.
you with an organization that's prepared to donate it, and you'll
That would
have
be
food
incredible.
you can work with.
Yeah.
So let you and
I
I talk about
remember you were
that.
at the walk too, so
I was
thank you
there,
for
yeah.
your support there too.
Okay, let's
so-
talk in the next couple of weeks and see if we can make that happen.
Okay,
Good.
perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Just a second, anyone else for questions? No, I think we're good.
Okay.
And just, let me just speak a little bit about Gloria. And you and your family. So this is an Uxbridge family that have gone above and beyond. So your son Josh was like 10 years old when he decided that if he got enough pennies, he could build a house. I'm close on the age, and he did.
Mhm.
$125,000-ish.
Yeah,
And then-
124, 690.
Okay, sorry, I was off a bit. And then, you know, your husband is a retired firefighter. You have supported your kids in all these amazing activities. Jessica's working with Young Life still, I believe.
Yeah.
So again, this is the type of resident we have, which makes this community awesome. So, Gloria, thank you.
Thank you so much.
From Sunrise. All right. Next, we have, yeah, we're right. Next, we've got Colin Shaw, who is Staff Sergeant of the DRPS, and he's got some people with him. And I'd just like to announce that John Henry, our Regional Chair, is here today. He stepped in. So, thanks for coming in, John. Now, could you guys have picked a cooler day to come to Uxbridge, do you think? It's not always like this.
Well, Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity. I can tell you, it's much nicer here in Uxbridge than it is down in Whitby this morning.
Oh, really? Okay.
And it's actually a little bit warmer up here. So the drive up was quite nice, so thank you. And, you talked about Josh and the great work he had done. I had a chance to meet him through Habitat for Humanity, and he has just been an awesome young man to know. But the other story is that all those pennies, dimes, and nickels that were collected in jars, and I think the story is that his mom was left with all those jars to dispose of. So thank you for all the work and for the work your family has done in our community, and especially for Habitat. Your son is simply an awesome young man and an example of what young people should be in our communities today. So thank you. And Your Worship, the last time I was up here, I had a chance to be here for the Optimus Festival Lights in Elgin Park, and I have to tell you that it is simply spectacular and can compete and does compete with Old Scugog Road. It is just a treasure, and thank you. So my name's John Henry, and I'm the chair of the Region of Durham, but I'm also a member of the Police Services Board, and I'm here this morning, and I'd like to introduce, of course, Staff Sergeant Colin Shaw is here this morning, and Dave Selby, and Brad Carter. And Brad is our acting manager of strategic planning. Our appearance this morning is to engage local council in developing police priorities to be part of the next strategic plan beginning in 2020. Community safety is essential for us to enjoy a good quality of life, and by and large, Durham Region is doing well on most indicators compared to other large municipal centers in the province. But there are challenges, and we would like your input as elected representatives of the community to help us pinpoint those that need special attention. The board and DRPS have begun consultation with a wide range of stakeholders, and now I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Brad Carter for additional detail on what this entails.
Thank you. Good morning. Sorry, my head's still trying to wrap itself around how many pennies that is to buy a house for $169,000. But good morning, and as our Chair Henry mentioned, we're here to solicit input into our next strategic plan. And just by way of a bit of context, we're fortunate enough to live in a very safe community here in Durham Region. We stack up very favorably with other regions of a similar size in Ontario and across Canada. But that's not to say we are without challenges. We do have challenges, and therefore we need to prioritize. And in order to prioritize, we need to know what our community, what the priorities are for our community with regards to policing and community safety. And of course, any strategic plan is only as good as the inputs that go into it. And with that in mind, we've, as Chair Henry mentioned, we've been on a very thorough consultation process. We've done a public survey, which was available online. We've had a 50% bigger response to this survey than any other response we've done historically. More than 4,500 residents of Durham Region responded to this survey to give us their thoughts on community safety. We've also attended public events, just dovetailing with your first presentation there, some of the tourism, some of those community events, we were there talking to members of the community here at Uxbridge with the Uxbridge Fall Fair. We've also gone out, not just to events, but public spaces, waterfronts, parks, bus stops, public libraries, etc., just to talk to people in the street, so to speak. We've also engaged with many of our stakeholder partner agencies in areas such as violence against women support, vulnerable seniors, mental health and addictions, school boards, etc. So we're really working together with a lot of our partners to get their thoughts on community safety and what needs to be done in the region. And of course, last but not least, we're coming here to municipalities. We're going out to each of the 8 municipalities that make up the region, and we're speaking to councils to hear what your priorities are from the constituents, what their concerns are around community safety and policing. We'll also be reaching out to our business community very shortly. We'll have a survey going out to the nearly 12,000 businesses in the region. So that's really my presentation is really to just give you that update, and then to hand it over to you and ask for your input on what our priorities should be for policing in the next few years in the region.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. I met with members of your team last week. We had great conversation, and we plan on having monthly meetings just to ensure that we are serving our residents properly and that we're getting good value for our dollars, and ensuring that the issues that our residents feel are being addressed. Now I'll open up to council just for any questions.
Thank you.
Anyone? Go ahead, Gord.
Yeah, thanks for coming up today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions, and I'm going to refer to your report that you provided to us earlier. Just on, and it's actually apropos that you're here today because we will be discussing later in the meeting the new cannabis legislation. And I think it refers somewhere in your notes that that you are training officers to deal with the new drug-impaired driving issues. Are there limiting factors there? Obviously, the equipment has to be readily available, reliable, that they can go to it as required. Is there a shortage of that at this point, or are you kind of building towards a goal? What's the plan there?
So right now we're working on training our officers on the standard field sobriety testing.
Okay.
That's a fairly well-established set of clinical techniques to establish impairment, whether it's by alcohol or any other drug.
Or a drug.
And that stood the test of time in terms of courts and whatnot. In terms of drug-impaired driving, specifically cannabis impairment, the technology's still not there.
We're not there yet. Okay.
The government has approved one roadside testing device. A number of services, including our own, have not adopted that one. There are some field challenges, as I understand, but I'm sure that this move will drive innovation in those roadside screening devices, and that there probably will be something sooner than later.
Right.
But in the meantime, we do have officers who are trained in that sort of roadside testing procedure.
Yeah. I guess the issue that I see, and I'm not a police officer, and I'm not certainly an expert on on impairment, is the chances are that when somebody has imbibed, whether they're having alcohol, marijuana, you know, the assortment of other drugs that are out there, it makes an officer's job very difficult to establish sobriety or impairment, and then B, to determine what is causing that, or is that really their job, or are they just basically off the hook once they say, we believe you to be impaired, therefore you are now going to the station for further testing. I mean, it kind of puts them in a rock and a hard place, you know, where they're being asked to make a judgment call, let's say at a roadside location, where, as you mentioned, if without that training, that kind of puts them in an awkward situation. So, do you have any comment on that? Or?
It is challenging, and that is why we were putting an emphasis on the training for, especially for their new recruits coming in, to make sure that they get training, but also to catch up with.
So, can you give us kind of a general time frame as when you have an expectation that the majority of your field officers will
Majority? I don't know what the numbers would be right now in terms of how many would have the SFST training.
Okay.
There's also a more substantial training component, the drug recognition expert or drug recognition evaluation officer. That training is a more intensive, maybe not be necessary for sort of the roadside impairment testing. It's more for identifying the type of drug that a person is impaired by. But I think it's important to remember that if the officer establishes impairment, that's enough to make the charge. Yeah.
And I know
I'm not a police officer, so I will sort of step back from that.
We had an open house last week, I'm sure you're familiar with. We had a Detective Carrier there talking about the challenges that DRPS would face making a call, you know, whether it's, you know, the marijuana that was purchased, how much you could carry, where you could do this legally. And I'm sure there's more to come moving forward, but it obviously puts the officers in a really challenging situation out there.
Definitely a change of gears.
With the province having, you know, the deadline, and then, you know, it seems to be a rush through. You know, I'm not sure really if the police are up to speed or can be by the time these things have to be implemented. I mean, it's quite a challenge. You know?
Yeah, so I believe that our officers are up to speed on the new regulations. It was a challenge because they were changing.
Yeah, having to enforce it, I guess, probably more. You know, anyway, thank you for your time.
Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. The comment about what's most important, I think most of us heard during the campaign that we're fortunate living in a town that is, for the most part, very safe. There's always exceptions to that. There's been some both violent incidents and some break-ins lately. And I don't want to diminish that. That's really important. There's also issues with car break-ins, or I'm not even sure if you call it a break-in, but going into the car unauthorized to take whatever they could grab that's in there. The biggest issue I heard, hands down, throughout the campaign was the issue with street safety. So speeding on side streets, disregarding stop signs, street racing on Brock, things like that was going on. So just to recognize the specific question that you've asked, absolutely, I don't want to diminish some of the more serious crimes that are happening, but action oriented towards street safety before something horrible happens would certainly be where I would like some more additional focus.
And Bruce, just in response to that, that was 15 minutes of our last meeting at DRPS. So we talked about that concern, and we will continue, and I'll have you at one of those monthly meetings for sure.
That mirrors what we hear from our surveys and when we go out to speak to people as well. Roadway safety is generally the number one concern, certainly in the northern part of Durham region.
Go ahead, Willie.
With regards to your budget, I noticed about 80% goes into salaries for police staff. And some of the things that I heard during the election and a little bit down recently is response times. The ability to get out to locations where calls are coming in, and given the miles, I guess kilometers if I'm being politically correct for Canada, that you have to travel to get to them, the officers are covering a wide range, and it feels like to the residents of Uxbridge that there is more nuisance crimes and that sort of thing, and I think people are doing a better job of reporting them to give you more insight into what's going on. Given that costs for salaries are going up, the distances aren't getting any smaller, is there a plan for the future so that you feel more comfortable, or I guess we feel more comfortable with the ability to respond near and far with appropriate staffing to make this happen?
With respect to plan for the future, that's why I'm here, right, is to establish what those priorities are. I think that's probably always going to be a challenge that we have is we have these different geographies in the south and the north. And really, that is the real crux of this challenge, is balancing those priorities. And when you think about, would you ever have enough police officers to bring response times down to 6, 7, 8 minutes in a large geographic area, it's hard to imagine that you could do that in a financially sustainable way. So we do, however, we use intelligence as best we can. We look at where calls come from. We do assess our patrol areas regularly. Every few years we will sort of reassess the workload, the response times, the sort of realistic drive time, and then carve up the region and the divisions in such a way that, in theory, a mobile response unit somewhere in that area would be able to respond to an emergency call. So we do the best we can with the information we have, using that information wisely, intelligently. That's the key probably to finding the right balance with respect to that type of challenge.
And I guess in that mind, I know that there hasn't been any incremental hires per se because of the balancing this off. So, I mean, for us, I think in town we're pretty fortunate. I've got your DRPS app on my phone. It's fantastic that you can drop in and look at and see what's going on. And we are pretty lucky compared to our neighbors to the south for sure. But it feels like there's more things going on. And if there's a way to have us have a feel that there's at least a little more visibility to police in town, I think it would help provide us with a little bit more of an elevated level of comfort. And it sounds like you're working that way, but just you're asking a question. So
it is, and that is again, apart from crime issues, the number one issue we hear in terms of satisfaction with police here in Uxbridge is the visibility. And one of the unfortunate things about that is there may very well be a cruiser going down your street in the afternoon, at 2 in the afternoon, and you're at work and you don't notice. It may very well be going down your street at 2 in the morning and you don't notice because you're asleep. So it's not just that it's that presence. It's a two-way street. You have to be there, looking out the window to see the officer driving by, and they may very well be there, but they're not. They're sort of an invisible presence, and making that more visible is a bit of a challenge.
During the election, I did see, and my street's about 100 meters long, if that, and I did see them come down my street and shoot back up again. And I have seen patrols, so I don't want to say that there isn't any, but for sure, just some of those responses we're receiving from citizens, it would be great to acknowledge that you're working in the right direction that way. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got another one from Todd.
Yes, that's right. So, regional chair is just mentioning that we did put in for 26 new officers, new hires, in this year's budget, the 2019 budget. That is the first addition to staffing in at least 10 years. So that will go somewhat the distance towards sort of closing the gap in terms of visibility and presence.
Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, I would just certainly echo the last point that Councillor Popp made there is in regards to the visibility, and obviously you've made it quite clear that you're aware of that through your studies as well. That was the number one thing that came up for the constituents within my ward, Ward 5. And of course, out of this council, I would certainly know best in regards to perception versus reality, and reality is people's perception sometimes. So. Definitely from that standpoint, my only suggestion would be when the officers are in and about town, that they are knowledgeable about where they are and what they're doing.
Any comment or? Nope.
I just wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on that. I'm just not quite sure I'm clear on what you're trying to get at.
Okay. Again, from experience, certainly time spent in a location like Tim Hortons. We have been tasked within our area that I police, very simply that you do not go through drive-throughs, that you do go into an establishment, one, for rapport and building that community aspect, and these guys do a great job at that here. But the comments, again, not coming from me, but the comments that I have received during that election campaign time frame was, that's the only place we see them. Type thing. So I'm not saying that that's the case. Make that clear.
Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. Sorry, my voice is not very good. I understand from the in-town perspective of needing more presence, but I'm talking about a rural presence, and that's very important. Radaring, speed going through our hamlets, and I think I can speak for Ward 2 as far as hamlets. Speed is a big issue, and for officers to be there at prime times when there is traffic, heavy. And that's what I hear the most, that, you know, somebody shows up and it's not, you know, the going and the coming. And, you know, the trucks, keeping an eye on the gravel trucks or just trucks in general, about the safety of them. I get a lot of comments about that. So that's really important, you know, to have more checks, to have, you know, just the presence. And on the regional as well as our concession roads, our municipal roads, the four-way stops and everything, we have an issue whether it's four-way, two-way, and the speeding. Thank you.
I think the key there too is making sure, and it sounds like there is some good dialogue between yourselves, the division, the leaders in the division, like Staff Sergeant Shaw here, so that we can respond immediately to those. I know you have at least one speed trailer, or is it two? Yeah. So they do have speed trailers. They have a dedicated traffic safety officer who can go out and establish those, if there are complaints, establish the severity of the problem in those areas in terms of speed, and then do enforcement correspondingly to that. So, but again, the dialogue is key.
I also have had, as an example, in Good, a number of residents have offered their driveways that wouldn't be as conspicuous, and they would love to see that. And, you know, just, you know, it's one of those things where I know there's not the staffing, but there are different areas, if you take Siloam, you know, to radar somebody there, somebody takes them over, down the one street so they can't be seen, how many, because otherwise everybody's flashing everybody, and then the whole point is redundant, and I know sometimes just being there is deterrent, but not a good enough in some of the hamlets.
Thank you.
And again, during our meeting, we talked about that, and there was one small hamlet in our municipality where it was difficult to sit, and I contacted a resident with a perfect location. They gave permission for the driveway, and we can move forward with that. So I think little by little we can do a better job, and communication will be key. Now, just something to keep in mind. We all know how expensive policing is. You know, it's the #1 budget item at the region, at 30% of the regional budget. From an Uxbridge perspective, 18% of my tax dollars go to policing. And we are running our entire lower tier municipality for about 25%. So, you know, we know how expensive you guys are, but we need to make sure that we're getting great value for those dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what our meetings will try and get to. That we all feel that we're getting great value, and that there's fantastic communication, and that you guys are doing the best possible job for our residents for the dollars that we pay. So again, thanks a lot. I look forward to working more with you guys. And I echo, I've heard all the same things, you know, petty crime, you know, speeding in neighborhoods. Oh, one quick comment. From your perspective, if we're able, from a regional level, to get photo radar in, what will that do to headcount for policing? Will you just reallocate resources further from traffic, or what are your thoughts there?
Well, I suppose that would depend on where the photo radar budget comes from. But there's no doubt that technology probably plays a role in some of these issues. Roadway safety is certainly one where I think technology could play a large role, and maybe be more effective or more cost effective. That's sort of out of the police hands. That's for the municipalities, whether it's the lower tier or upper tier. But again, we welcome any technology that serves community safety purposes, right? And that,
Okay.
makes us more efficient and effective.
Perfect. I think that's it in terms of questions from council. Thank you so much for
Thank you
coming
very
up, and
much.
thanks for the communication. We'll take a break now, and we can chat with you guys one-on-one. All right, and so guys, let's come back at 25 after 11. we're gonna jump back in here again. We have the approval of the minutes. This is 7 on our agenda. Can I get someone to move the minutes? Oh, so if you have questions or corrections, you can note them now, and then we can make sure those are changed. Okay. Do you want to turn your mic?
I can't remember what section it is. I think it's just where Pamela is mentioned, it does say he as opposed to she.
Oh, okay.
So, small thing. But that just shows I was reading.
Okay. So can I get, Todd, do you want to move those as amended then?
Yes, I
Okay.
will move that to have that amended.
Okay. Moved by Todd, seconded by Pam. Okay. All those in favor? That's carried. Next, we've got correspondence. This is item 38 from the TRCA, Read Their Trail Strategy for the Greater Toronto Region. Do we want to talk about this? Do you want to receive it? Yes, go ahead, Gord.
I'll make a motion to receive and then ask that it be referred as well to the Trails Committee just for comment.
Okay, sounds good. That's moved by Gord, seconded by Willie. All those in favor? That's carried. Next one is item 39. This is from the region of Durham, the Agricultural Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. What would we like to do with this? Gord?
Yeah, just for council's information, this came to the DAC meeting last week, so they are on top of this. We have a lot of local farmers that sit on DAC, as you probably know, so Uxbridge is well represented there, as well as our own local committee.
Okay.
So this will be going forward to regional council, I believe, in March. So
Okay.
we'll see it again before.
Okay, sounds good. And I think we have a report later on in the agenda about this that
On it.
Ingrid put together for
Yeah.
us as well.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to receive.
Okay.
I'll second that, but just with a comment that there was great discussion at the OFA meeting this month about this strategy and more around this.
Okay. And there's something I've noticed, there seems to be a lot more tile draining going on, a lot more resources being put into our local agriculture, so it's to see people investing in the land. That's, you know, obviously in Uxbridge, but I even noticed that in Pickering, there's some new tile draining going on some of the airport lands, so getting more, better yields off our crops. Okay, so a motion to receive, all those in favor? Oh. Okay. Thanks. That's carried, thanks. Do you want to take over then?
Correspondence item 40, Region of Durham, revised timetable for the 2019 regional business plans and budgets.
Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
I'll just add a comment related to that. We just need to recognize then we won't finalize the actual overall, let me reword that. The final impact on the homeowner won't therefore be finalized until the end of March. We'll have ours done, we expect, before that, but because of the delay at the region, the homeowner won't know exactly what's happening to their tax bill until the end of March, just to clarify it a bit.
Makes sense. So, how about a motion to receive? We don't really have any action from this. Motion to receive, Bruce and Willie. All those in favor? That's carried.
Correspondence item 41, Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, 2018 year-end assessment report.
Okay, any comments on this, or a motion to receive?
Ingrid, was this the one you were going to talk about as far as bringing MPAC in to give us a... No, but just a understanding about MPAC in general.
Oh, yeah.
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 So,
we've had MPAC come in a couple different times, and just so people get a real sense of what their job is and how we come up with the values on people's property.
Yeah.
So it was really useful. Also, the MPAC website is incredible. So if you ever are wondering, have questions on MPAC, this is for residents and for council. Their website is really good. They have some videos that really explain how they come up with things. I'm a video guy. Okay, motion to receive on this?
yeah.
Sure. So
Motion to
receive and have
receive.
MPAC come in?
Yeah.
Just to add to your thought, Mayor Barton, about it's good for the new councillors to get their head around how assessments are done. So the report kind of deals with it on a high level. But I think by having the impact come in and getting a full understanding, that way you can explain to your residents how the tax is structured, rather than it's us that's evaluating your home. We don't. It's obviously based on impacts evaluation. So good to know.
Yeah. And then the other part of that is understanding how the impact assessments work and then how that works within our local tax system. So again, the big picture is important for us and then for council as well. Okay, so we have Gord motion to receive and have impact come in, moved by Gord, second by Bruce?
No, Bruce moved.
Okay, moved by Bruce, second by Gord. That work? Okay. All those in favor? That's carried.
42, Town of Ingersoll Made in Ontario Environment Plan.
So, we've seen this a few different times on council, and I think we've supported it at times from Ingersoll. We may want to just receive this one this time, because we have supported it in the past. But again, that's up to council. Anyone want to make a motion on this? Well, lots of hands. Willie? Okay, moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? That's carried.
Comment?
Sure.
I think there's some of you going to Roma, right?
Yes.
Are you planning to go to the meeting?
Going to the breakfast. There's a breakfast.
There's a meeting, yeah, scheduled on the 29th.
In the morning and the 29th about this.
Just as a follow-up, that might be a way to do it, rather
Okay.
than... you know.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Correspondence item 43, Uxbridge Cottage Hospital Auxiliary 12th Annual Run for the Diamond Half Marathon, April 14th at Wooden Sticks.
Okay, just before we start, Donna, did we make a donation to this in the past, or how have we dealt with this? I know they use our space.
Yeah, generally we've given them $1,000.
From Golf Fund or corporate?
It's varied. We've done both.
Have we? Okay. What would you recommend? From a finance perspective, is this something that would come from corporate funds typically because it's going to the hospital, or is this something from the Golf Fund too?
Really, it could come from either.
Okay. So then it's wide open, folks. What would we like to do as a council? Gord?
Can I suggest we take it from corporate, if there's some monies available there? I mean, the golf fund is kind of a specific identity.
Yeah.
It's not really a slush fund where we can start drawing money at will. I think because it is the hospital, it should be coming from corporate.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, and then, yes, so 1,000. And then they use our land, so we'll give those permissions to use the property and work with staff to do that? Oh, go ahead.
Through your worship, there's a letter coming actually, which will be on the next agenda. That is the full approval. It'll include the maps and the routes and that kind of thing, so.
Okay, so right now we'll just do the $1,000 to support the event? From corporate? I wonder, we should see if there's central counties, we should see if they want to do some, co-op funds on that as well, because that's definitely a tourist style event. So, can someone add that to the event? I mean, add that to the...
Mr. Mayor, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, Mr. Mayor, the Chair. I think I would leave that up to the organizer, Jay Glassman, to have a look into that. We could recommend that back to him when he comes in to present as an opportunity for him to enhance his funds that way versus us pushing him down that road. I think from my experience with Jay, I think he's pretty savvy, and if we gave him that directive, I think it'd be a good way to go versus us. It might be perceived as a recommendation from central counties more so than the merit of the event themselves to evaluate.
Okay, that makes sense. Pam?
I think that's a great idea to get them to contact central counties. If they need to do that because of the date of the event, they really need to move on that like now, because or else there wouldn't be an opportunity for this year. And there was something else, and now I can't remember. The donate. When you had mentioned about that it really draws people in, I know the one year when I did the tourism trailer, I talked to people from all around Ontario, from Montreal that came in for the run, and they said, we're coming back here to do the trails, I'm going to bring friends. So, I mean, that's the way it starts, and it's really amazing.
Okay. Bruce?
I've been going to this for quite a few years. Just to be clear, not the half marathon. A 5K run that gets longer every year. It's a great event. Last year they had some problems. Actually got canceled because of the ice on the trails. So they're really trying to encourage as much support as they can this year. They had 750 runners, so to Councillor Beach's point, that's 750 people, a lot of them coming to town. There's not actually that many coming from Uxbridge, plus all of their guests come in as well. And so whatever we can do to support this initiative, I think, let's jump on board.
It's a good, perfect spring event, right? Typically. Last year was a little different. Okay, any other comments on this? Did I get a mover and a seconder on this yet?
Yeah, Gordon, Pam.
Gordon, Pam? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried.
Correspondence item 44, Rita Van Helteren, Chair, Uxbridge Creative Connections, request for the use of the Uxbridge Community Centre Hall at no charge to host program for adults with intellectual disabilities.
Okay, can I jump in here first? Folks, we want to be really careful giving away facilities every year for a weekly event, just because we have to decide who should pay and who shouldn't. We sometimes compete against our own events. That being said, this is a brand new organization with basically zero budget. This will be a free event, and it's meeting the needs of a demographic that have not been served before. This is the kids with special needs that are now over 21, and I would strongly suggest that we, certainly for this year, provide this free of charge. We'll have to look at it if they find some significant funding, but I think this one should be one that we comp the facility for. Anyone agree, disagree? Go ahead, Gordon.
Just, does it overlap the Stonemore or anybody else's use of that space? That's my only question. That's all been investigated? Okay. It says that in the note, but I just wondered. And it is available?
I would guess Rita's the type of person that would check before she asks.
Then I have no problem supporting it at free of charge then.
Okay. So you'll make that motion? Okay, any seconders?
Yeah, I'll make, unless anybody else.
Pam wants to second it. Question, Todd?
Just to Gord's normal point, the insurance aspect would this be added on, right?
Yeah, so they would have to work with staff to ensure that they're insured and everything else.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. All right, so all those in favor? Okay, that's carried, thanks.
Correspondence 45, Lori Murray, Music by the Bay Live, request to have the Music by the Bay Live presents Jeff Martin event on March 15th at the Uxbridge Music Hall as a municipally significant event.
Pam?
I think we should do this. It's absolutely amazing what they've been doing every year and what By the Bay has brought to the town. And again, it's a tourism thing. It brings people in. They're well known. So I would like to support that.
Okay. Can I add something to your motion? That we ask Music by the Bay to include our Discovery Uxbridge links to our local restaurants onto their tickets, any communication, and ask them to reach out to Central Counties to ensure that the event gets promoted from that way as well.
Perfect.
Okay. So that was moved by Pam, seconded by Willie. All those in favor? Carried.
Correspondence item 46, Bev Northeast, request to have the rent waived at the Uxbridge Community Centre Hall to host registration fairs Feb 20 and September 11.
Okay. Go ahead, Cord.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to support the request, just again, on availability and that kind of thing.
Okay.
But if she's, I'm sure Bev's probably already talked to staff about this, but it's a great event where you can go and register for multiple things all at the same time, so it's worked well in the past too. Okay,
just again, if you don't mind, an add-on with that our Parks and Rec facility get the first choice of location?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Any seconder for Gord's motion? Todd, all those in favor? Carried.
Correspondence item 47, Tish McDonald, Teacher and Remembrance Tour Coordinator, Uxbridge Secondary School Remembrance Tour 2019.
Okay. Anyone want to comment on this? This is Bruce, you're friends with Tish. Do you want to speak to it?
Ongoing efforts by Tish makes me green with envy. She's got so much energy with this. She's taking the students back, once again, do that tour. It's the 75th anniversary of D-Day coming up as well, so I'm 100% supportive in what she's asking for. I think it was the pins and a flag is in particular which
That
she
was
was
the
looking for. So, yeah, I support that.
Yeah. Yeah, so moved by Bruce, seconded by Todd, with comment, of course.
Yeah, I know Tish as well, and I didn't put any pecuniary interest because my son already went on the previous one. My current son is not going on this one. But it was invaluable. The programming that she runs during the entire year, the youth understanding where our freedoms come from is there's not even words for how much work and effort she puts into this. She's done a phenomenal job.
Yeah. Again, I'll just do a quick comment on that. You know, across every level of government, people know about our Oxford Secondary School, about what we're doing with Remembrance Day, about they are doing a much better job than we did when we were students there. And I'm so proud of that. So again, we go to Parliament and people are talking about Tish McDonald in Centre Block because she's had such a huge influence. So now let's throw a couple more add-ins here. Why don't we send this to the Golf Fund to see if we can help out from a resourcing perspective. We can't fund enough to make a huge difference, but then the other thing we may want to think about is offering facilities in case anyone needs it. So if they want to do a fundraising spaghetti dinner at the Sanford Hall or whatever they want to do, just offer our facilities if they want it. They have the high school, but if they want something we've got, I'd be very open to giving to them. So can we put all that in a motion?
We can put it in a motion. Just speaking to the Golf Fund, the staff members on Golf Fund and myself met this past week, and we're just evaluating process moving forward for those in need. So I think at this stage, if we can look at it and see if it meets the directive of what we're trying to achieve, it certainly is local, but it's also a little bit outside of that too. So
okay.
Yeah, if it helps at all. Last one that went, I would believe it's 54 students, and I believe it's a higher number that are attending this year with her and the group. It's going to be a larger number than 54 students. And above and beyond that, I know one of the things that the students had to purchase themselves was golf shirts. So like that had the logos and everything for what they were going for. So that sort of fits.
I'm just trying to think of the motion where so it was moved by Bruce, seconded by Todd. Are you guys okay with a couple little add-ons, which would be offer of our facilities? We'll send it to the Golf Fund, and you guys can come back with direction.
Yeah, I think receive for staff and refer to staff with Golf Fund.
Okay. Is that good with everyone? Okay. All those in favor? That's carried.
Correspondence item 48, Vicky Pinkerton, Cannabis Retail Store in Uxbridge.
Okay. Comment or motion to receive? Somebody needs to do something. Okay. This is on page 76.
Yeah, I think we received for information. I think all councillors have reviewed, so I think given where we are with regards to a resolution today, we can take that into account, so receive for information.
Okay. Moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? That's carried.
And Mr. Chair, the next couple batches of correspondence, so we have correspondence items 49 through 81, and then 84 through 129 are on the agenda, and they're all to do with the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2018-07 Grain Boys Holding Inc. Then we also received correspondence from Mr. Robertson and Mr. and Mrs. Galuzzo for consideration. Those unfortunately came after the agenda had already been published.
Okay. Anyone want to make a comment on this correspondence? So let me just say this. I like that people are interested in what we're up to. And I think it's important that we're seeing dialogue, and we need to ensure as councillors that we are reaching out, no matter how this goes, that we reach out and let people understand the reasons why we're doing things. And we always have to keep in mind that on a planning application, we have to look at legally why we're doing something, and take this type of correspondence as another lens, but this can't just be a popularity contest on how many people want it and how many people don't. That we have to look at the legal implications of our decisions. Okay. So, and Pam, the majority of these people are your residents, so we'll have to really work on communication back to these people. I know you probably haven't had the 100 or so phone calls. You haven't had the time to reach out to everyone, but it will be important that we all communicate back from the corporation and from yourself. Do you want to speak?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and the questions were forwarded to Grain Boys on Friday, and it's up to them to provide the responses to the questions. As you'll note, though, with most of the correspondence, there's not a lot of questions embedded within the correspondence. A lot of them are just statements, so Grain Boys is not going to have to comment on statements. They're going to be answering questions, and that was your conversation with them as well, right?
Yeah, and now on some of the applications had some really good questions. Sorry, some of the correspondence had a couple good questions, but unfortunately a lot of them were very similar. Okay.
Just further to that, I think there was, like you said, there was a lot that were somewhat repetitive, and understanding people are passionate about the community, but a couple of them had a lot of salient points and good questions and good research, so looking forward to Grain Boys providing some feedback to those to make this clearer in everybody's eyes.
Exactly. Yeah. Thanks, Willie. Gord?
Just one of the commonalities that I noticed, they were requesting a meeting with Grain Boys. Do you know if this is going to happen, or are we just relying on their answering the questions?
That was what was on the agenda last week, and the decision was made, rather than have another meeting, that was a decision that was approved by council last week, was that the questions would all come forward, and then what would happen is they'd be sent to Grain Boys to provide a written response.
No, I didn't mean us hosting. I didn't mean us hosting a meeting. I meant Grain Boys. Would there be a inclination for them to do that?
So they've done that already.
Rather than respond to 100 and so on applicants or questions, is have a centralized go-to kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Where they could post their Q&As or whatever, and then have that available, rather than residents coming through us and going to them. It kind of defeats the purpose to me. But.
So, and I hear you, Gordon. Now, they did have a public meeting. I think in some ways it might be better to have a written response report from them.
From what I read was the inconsistencies, and that's, is it because it's broken telephone, it's going through several parties and then getting back to them, or is it because they're not getting the correct information? I'm not clear on that, so.
Okay, well, actually,
if I can make a suggestion,
no, of course
I could just give a quick one on it.
So that they would post an FAQ or something where people could go to it and get those proper answers. So.
Yeah, and I think where the confusion was, Gord, at the meeting was that there was Crescio was providing local, so Canadian numbers, but there was some additional foreign numbers in there too. So when questioned about it, there was a duplication and there was some changes from the initial plan. So going back to it, I think Grain Boys could do a good job by answering the questions and covering that off.
And I agree with you 100%. It's quite complex on how many trucks on any day come into the facility. It's whether or not they actually process the grains by grinding them into flour, or they add things like sesame seeds or poppy seeds into the mix, and whether it's and what was exactly considered being processed by them. So that was some of the confusion, and that's why I think I'd prefer to see this type of information in writing, where it's not open to interpretation. It's exactly in writing, answers to direct questions, so that everybody is on the exact same page.
And just one comment on this. This is a rezoning application. It's about whether that use should be permitted on the property. Whether it's alfalfa seeds, chia seeds, or hemp seeds, the question is about the process itself. Should that be allowed? It shouldn't come down to you know, we can support it if there isn't hemp, but we can support it if there's chia. It's irrelevant. They're running a grain mill, and so you just need to remember that that's what we're focusing on, is whether that is an appropriate use for that piece of property. Because there's a lot of questions embedded in all of this stuff that are operational questions too, and you know, they can be answered, but at the end of the day, it's really about whether that's an appropriate use for that piece of property.
Gord, have your questions been answered?
Again, I just wanted to know, is there going to be someone answering these consistently, rather than, from what I'm gathering, it's not being done consistently, or the answers haven't been provided consistently, so I'm just hoping that they will do that, and my suggestion would be for them to post an FAQ or something, so that everybody that inquires is getting the same information.
Okay.
Because
So-
that doesn't seem to be the fact at this point, so.
Okay. So Gord, again, you're chair of planning at the region and locally. Could you pick up this file, work with the ward councillor Pam, and ensure that the right information is being communicated on this file? This is
Did we not agree that Grain Boys was providing that information?
well,
I mean, I don't think it's beholden on us to answer every possible question about Grain Boys, because A, we don't know their operation, and B, I don't really think that's our place to be answering on their behalf. It should be them answering the residents' questions directly, either through a personal email or through an FAQ type of environment.
yeah, but again, in terms of coordination, communicating with the applicant and taking on this file and making sure that the questions are being answered from the applicant, could you pick that up as chair of planning?
I don't really see that as my responsibility, no.
Okay, so
All right. Let's just remind ourselves on what the exercise was. The exercise was that the residents needed to send the questions to us by Friday, and then on Friday we would send the questions to Grain Boys. Once we get the answers to the questions, and we're not taking any more questions at this point, we're going to focus on what we have. We'll post those questions, the Q&As, on our township website for people to be able to see them. Those are the outstanding questions that people had. So that was what the decision was last week at council.
okay, so we'll continue with that process, and we'll have staff then ensure that gets posted on our website.
We'll post, if they give us stuff, we'll make sure it gets posted on the website.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Ingrid. All right, and then with all these letters, can we get a motion to receive then and send to the applicant and add it to the questions list? Okay, so that is moved by Gary, seconded by Willie. Any questions on that? And the township planner, thank you. Okay, any questions? All right, all those in favor of that? That's carried unanimous. Sure.
Through you to staff, when would we anticipate receiving this report from Liz Housen, or?
Well, that's a very good question, Gord. I would
The
think...
reason I'm going there, I don't need an
Yeah,
actual date, is if, like we did with Mill Street, where we can circulate this thing and have it out in the public domain before it comes back to us, I think would be advantageous.
Let's hope that we get our responses back from Green Boys, hopefully by the end of this week. I think that was the plan. And then Ms. Housen's report, I think will be ready by Tuesday, so it would be out. We can have it available. It'll be part of the agenda. Are you asking that the report be out? Give some direction on what you want to see. Do you want it out
Well,
a
that's
week
the only
or
thing
two in
within our
advance?
control, really. I don't know what Grain Boys is doing, whether they're answering these things or not. The only thing we have control over is when we can release that report, so. To me, I think personally it would be a great idea or a great asset for us, and it'll help the ward councillor, I'm sure, get some of those questions answered, at least from a planning perspective. We can't answer the operational stuff, that's not our domain. So if there's a way to get that out there, whether it's posted on the website or whatever, that people can access it to find out what rationale we're being instructed with rather than the Grain Boys perspective. Do you understand?
Yep, so then can you, put that into a motion and make sure that...
Again, I don't know what the timelines are, so I
Perhaps,
would say as soon as we can.
perhaps a recommendation from you would help. If you're asking for it to be out a week or two in advance, then we're gonna have to look at rescheduling the meeting on the 4th. I think that's part of the challenge. This Friday will be the 25th If a report is ready by the 29th from Liz, then it will be coming on the 4th. But if council's direction is that you'd like the report out a couple weeks in advance, then perhaps what you do is you delay the decision until sometime mid-February to allow that report to be out there, circulated to the public for them to be able to look at it. Any direction really should come from this council as to what it is you want to see. If you feel you need more time, then
Well,
make a
again,
motion.
to go back to my original question, I don't know what that timeline is. If it's
Okay, but
Friday, is it next Tuesday, is it the week after that? I don't know.
So again, we've asked them to provide answers by the 25th. That would mean that we would need the report from Ms. Howson by the 29th in order to make it onto the agenda for the 4th. That would mean that the public would basically get access to it when the agenda is released, which would be on the 31st for the meeting on the 4th. If the feeling is that that's not sufficient, and a sufficient amount of time for the public to get to see the report, because they'd be getting the report roughly when you get it. If you're thinking you want it out a couple weeks in advance, then what you need to do is just make a recommendation to have that report received at a meeting probably mid-February.
And Gord, again, we're looking for direction from you. You've sat on planning for
I've
probably 8
mentioned
years.
this in the past. I think because of the controversy surrounding this situation, the more information that we as a council can get out, the better. You know, whether it's to do with transparency, accountability, whatever title you want to put on it. We are making our best efforts to get the planning information that's provided to us available to the residents. It's not about answering, you know, how many trucks and all that kind of stuff. It's about what are the planning implications of this proposal. And I think people are missing that part because they're all talking about, you know, dust and which are valid questions, but I don't think we as a council can answer those.
Okay, again.
And we've tasked Rainboy with the ability to do that. Now it's up to us to get our information out to the people, and I think at least a week circulating this report or having it available would be advantageous to us.
And as the chair of planning, as the
And
mayor
I
has
will make that
just
motion if
that's the
required.
motion.
Okay.
So exactly what's the motion then, Gord?
Well, I'm thinking, as Ingrid has said, if that planning report is not coming to us until the 29th, I would like that released as soon as we can after receipt, and then have at least a week for those residents to have a look at it. So, Debbie, I don't know what our scheduling is after the 4th. Can you speak to that? The 11th?
So we have council on the 4th, council on the 11th, 18th, there's nothing because it's family day, and then we go to a night meeting on the 25th. So we already made February the 4th a night meeting in order to accommodate this
The
report.
11th? Is the 11th available?
The 11th is a day meeting.
It's a day meeting?
And we have already changed the meeting on the 4th and advertised it and publicized it and
Okay,
for
that's fine too.
that purpose.
So what's fine then? What do you want it to be, Gord?
Well, I'm suggesting the 11th at the earliest, and if we have, can we make that a night meeting if we had to?
We want to, and again, make that motion, we
I'm
can
just
vote
trying to
on
get
it.
the information out there.
And I totally agree.
Our information, not the Grain Boys piece,
Yeah.
ours.
And
Personally, I don't think, you know, giving the residents 4 days or whatever they're gonna have if we release it on the 29th or the 30th, gives them enough time to really get their head around it, so. That's just my opinion. If council wants to go in another direction, that's certainly up
Go
to
for it,
them.
Pam.
I think we need to give the residents more time, and it would also, going for the 11th for a night meeting, if there's any way that we could change that, and that brings it up to the 30 days that the residents had originally asked me to move it to.
And we're already having a night meeting on the 18th? Oh. I know. So, guys, we're just looking at scheduling on how we can make this work. Because of the change in direction, we changed the 4th to a night meeting. It's not quite as easy as snapping our fingers because we have anyone who's doing deputations we switch them to day to night. It's more complex than that because we've already scheduled parts of this. Pam, from your perspective, please do.
Here's a thought. So instead of rescheduling and then scheduling back and then rescheduling again, how about if we continue on the same track we're on, as soon as we get Liz's report, if Gord's motion is passed, giving direction to staff to release it, we leave it that it will come forward on the 4th, the night of the 4th, And if council feels that the public needs more time, then they table it that night to a future meeting. It's up to you when you want to table it to.
To the end of the month.
Well, till the next night meeting,
Yeah.
because I think it's important that this be put on the night meeting, because that is the request from the people. So if we don't want to change another night meeting to be a night meeting, the said date, the 11th, then it only makes sense to put it to the next night meeting,
Correct.
using logic.
Well, would it not make sense now to defer that report to the, is it the 25th? Is that the night meeting you're talking about?
Okay, did anyone second Gord's motion? Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
if it's gonna be tabled anyway, why not push it back to the 25th? I'm not clear on.
Okay, so just a second, so because, Gord, are you okay if your motion dies on the floor for a second? There's no motion, okay, good.
Up another
Pam, go ahead.
So if we keep the night meeting and then we table it to the 25th, I think it was the 25th, wasn't it? Then it's a night meeting. It gives a little bit more time for the residents to look at the responses, and then it's all clear that we've done our due diligence to that point.
Please do.
So, Councillor Beach, is your motion that the report from Liz Howson still ends up on the agenda on the 4th of February as planned, but that the decision for the Green Boys application is deferred until February the 25th? Just to help you with your bad boys.
Okay, Gord.
Just a follow-up question. Okay, I'm gonna put myself in the resident's shoes. I'm one of your constituents. Okay, you're releasing this report for my interest, and then you're telling me you're gonna be addressing it on the 4th, and then I show up on the 4th after making babysitting arrangements or whatever, and then you tell me the night I arrive that I'm tabling this until the end of the month. I'd be pretty mad. It's like, why didn't you tell me that ahead of time? And you're, unfortunately, Councillor Beach, going to be the one that takes the brunt of that, because being the ward councillor. I'm trying to put it out there and create the best scenario so that everyone's expectations are on the same page here.
And I understand that, Gord.
So if the intent here is to present this on the 4th and then table it to the 25th, I would be pretty mad if I made the effort to come in here from Goodwood and then find out it's been pushed back another month. If I knew that now, it would give me time to digest it, get my questions answered from Grain Boys, etc., so that I can come to that meeting knowing full well what my position is. So it's just my opinion.
All right, let me jump in here quick. I think we all agree that time is probably important to the residents on this. We have lots of questions that need to be answered. We want to ensure there's as much time as possible. I think we should have the report up on our website as soon as we possibly can, and defer this to come on, Liz's report to come actually onto our agenda until the night meeting on the 25th. Let's move forward with our night meeting on the 4th. Obviously, we don't want to change that back, and but it won't be about Grain Boys. And we'll put this on our website, publish it. Pam, you can make sure you communicate that to your residents. Can someone give me a motion if people agree?
I will do the best I can.
And let's confirm the clerk is okay with my suggestions.
Okay, so the only thing, just to take into consideration, if we have the report on for the 4th, then Liz Howson, our planner, will be here to speak to it, to answer any of council's questions, and also give the information to the public. And if at that point you feel that the pulse of the community is defer it to the 25th, report that day, and perhaps some of the questions she may be able to answer. Just a thought.
So, again, just the concern is that people might think if they come to that meeting, like Gord said, they might come to that meeting, expect us to be making a decision then. I don't want Liz to have to come twice. I think we defer the report until the 25th. That's my thought. And we get this up on our website as soon as we can. Any thoughts of council?
I wouldn't. I'll have to check with her then. She'll be here today.
Okay.
To answer those questions.
Pam?
So I'm all in favor of moving it to the 25th.
Mike?
So then the vote would take place on the 25th?
Yes. Pam, are you okay with that? All right, any others? Can someone give me Council, we're okay with this for the most part? Should we get a motion? Okay. Someone give me that motion.
Pam moving? I've got her moving.
You move this? Moved by Pam, seconded by Gord. All those in favor of moving this meeting to the 25th, night meeting. Request that Liz Howson attend, and that the report be listed on our website soon after and published on social media with a link to it. Yes? Okay, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Great.
Okay, so, back to correspondence 82, Township of Brockville, affordable accessible housing needs in Ontario.
What would we like to do with this? Are you guys caught up yet? It's quite a ways down the page. I'll just say my thoughts while you guys are finding it. So, from my perspective, and I have a different lens than most on affordable housing, I think the more units we get, the lower the prices get. I think I spoke about this during our last meeting. You know, Seattle had major affordable housing problems. They continued to build and build. Eventually, they had an oversupply of housing, and now rental rates have dropped by 20%. I think that's part of what we have to do. We have to have more rental units so the market can correct itself. I think anything that we as a council and the local government can do to increase supply of rentals would help this situation. I think other ways to try and, limit returns on investment for investors doing this type of work is probably a mistake, but then my lens is different than most. Anyone want to comment or put a motion together?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor, on the resolution was to have the province revise the Ontario Building Code, and this is what we're already doing here by adding accessory units to our bylaws, is when a developer is building a home, he can build it conceptually with having an in-suite apartment, which I think would solve, what you're talking about. The more that's out there, the better we are off. So I think, I would certainly support this, but I think we could also send a letter to the province suggesting that they have a serious look at the Ontario Building Code, which will help us much easier, for new developments especially.
Yeah.
Not that we have a ton of them, but when they are available, and I think accessibility is a huge piece of that too. I mean, they have to have a percentage of those, let's say a townhouse development, which are fully accessible. Yeah. It's the way of the future, and I think if they can start tackling that now, all the better.
Yeah, sure. Our CAO wants to make a comment.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on it. It seems everybody's dancing around the whole development charge piece, and I know development charges are a necessary evil in that everybody wants them, but when you start to talk about the cost of land, and you start to look at the local development charges, the regional development charges, and you start to put all of those into the basket, you're really not ahead of the game when you're starting to talk about affordability, because land costs are a lot of money, and they throw the development charges on it, and the developers will say, we have to recover what we have to pay out. And it just seems that nobody's talking about taking a hit and not charging development charges on affordable housing.
Let me just comment. We're going to have a public debate. So, we also understand that we have significant costs to move forward with developments in our community. We don't necessarily want to see our current taxpayers funding future development. The other thing is, typically landlords are going to charge market rent whenever possible. So we want to make sure there's a decent return on investment, but the market is going to decide what the rents are. If a one-bedroom apartment in Uxbridge is going for $1,250, you're not going to get too many landlords decide to rent it out for $800 because that gives them a return on investment. Typically, most people will seek the best return on investment they can get. And but again, like Gord said, any of these additional units that will allow our current homeowners to get rental income from their basements to help pay their mortgage, it makes it more affordable to live in Uxbridge. It also provides a rental accommodation for people, so, or a B&B or whatever, right? It's any way that our residents can get a better return on investment. So I agree with you that that would make larger projects happen faster, but I think we would have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. I certainly don't want to give people 0 development charges before we even chat with them. So, again, what do we want to do with this? And we might want to have more brainstorming go on. We might want to receive this and then think of a made in Uxbridge solution to move forward with. Okay, go ahead, Gord. Give us a motion.
I would receive it and have staff draft up a resolution from Uxbridge to, I guess it's the Premier, regarding our stance on this. You know, we definitely support it, but I think a standalone resolution from Uxbridge would be beneficial.
Okay, moved by Gord, seconded by Todd. All those in favor? Carried. Oh, Gary, do you have a comment, or are you good? No. Okay. Madam Clerk, what's next?
Correspondence item 83, Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, proposed amendment to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe.
Anyone have a comment on this? Okay, can we get a motion then to receive? Motion to receive. Okay, moved by Todd, seconded by Willie. All those in favor? That's carried.
I think that's it.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, now we have... Yeah, let's go to Catalina's... Why don't we jump right to Catalina's report, because I know I'm sure we have a couple people here about this next one. Do we want Catalina in the room?
Yeah, let her know.
Okay. Shall we take... You want to take 5? What time? Guys, let's do a really quick break here. Like 5 minutes, and then we'll come back with Catalina's report, and then we can talk cannabis. Okay. Back. And which item number are we on? Okay, everyone, we're going to restart this meeting. Catalina, can you come up? You can sit here or there, it's your call. We're talking about report number CL0619 from Catalina in regards to cannabis retail opt-in, opt-out. And this is a tough decision for us all. So let's start off with any questions for Catalina from council. All right. All right. So.
Great report, Catalina.
You know what? Catalina, you went above and beyond on this. I know you did a lot of research on your own time. You wanted to ensure that as many people as possible in Uxbridge knew as many facts as possible. Again, staff all together put together that public meeting. You know, found experts to speak on the issue, and it was a major project, and thank you for going above and beyond. We all thank you for that. Now, guys, we can do this a couple different ways. We can vote on this and decide if we're opting in or opting out, or we can all speak, do a quick little couple sentences on where, you know, why we're going to vote the way we are, and then we can vote. Do you want to vote first or second, or speak first? Go ahead, Bruce.
I'd be interested in just hearing one last round of comments from everybody based on the information that we've collected, and then vote.
Okay. No, that's so. Do you want to start then? You're on one end.
I gotta learn. I gotta learn not to provide comment.
I didn't mean to do it, but it worked out perfectly.
I just kind of lobbed in there, didn't I? Led with my chin. Sure. I'll echo the comments. The amount of work that staff has done to allow us to make informed decisions has been outstanding. My sense is I have a personal opinion, and I'm not sure that really matters. I think what really matters is based on the input from the community and based on the endless information that Catalina has been able to provide. So I don't know about brief comments. I'll try to be brief, but I've got three. First one was that the reality is, and Mayor Dave, you've brought it up a number of times, the product has been legalized, and it's here, and we need to deal with it. My sense is that people who want to buy it can satisfy that need through the Ontario Cannabis Store. I'd be okay if it was that. But the reality is we've now been told by the province, so there's two levels ahead of us that have said it's going to be available in retail. So we have to deal with that. We had the public information session, and from that we had industry experts come in and say that the police now have mechanisms in place to detect and convict impaired drivers. We've been told by those industry experts that there's no, where medicinal shops have been opened up, there's no incremental increase in crime. Excuse me, minors are not allowed to enter these retail, let alone buy, but they can't even come inside the store. And the gentleman who spoke from a scientific perspective made it very clear that regulated cannabis contains dramatically fewer impurities than the stuff that is readily available throughout our community. We had a survey done. 25% more people said yes to it than those that did not. I've had minimal input from residents, specifically within Ward 3. By minimal, I mean 2, and one was pro and one was against. So my sense is it's not a massive deal to the community itself. I also think that, again, putting my personal perspective aside, as the Chair of Finance, I have to recognize the financial impact of this. So we have, when the day comes, it would be a tax-paying store come into town, or a store that converts to it, however that turns out. Either way, we'll be driving revenue from that perspective. Catalina's done a great job of recognizing the issue that in the event of, and I should say not, it shouldn't even be in the event of, the province has said once revenue from cannabis sales exceeds $100 million, they'll take that additional revenue and distribute it on a per capita basis from the municipalities that have opted in. They can't keep it on the shelf today when it's only available online. It's pretty clear the demand is there throughout the province, and I don't think it's a stretch to say that that $100 million level will be met and therefore go above it. So I think we can speak with a great level of confidence that in fact there will be revenue coming. We understand that that revenue when it comes isn't just going into the general coffer and goes to whatever we want to think of. It has to be targeted specifically at programs, education, policing services, or bylaw services, and fire. The last thing is just a comment that I'm old enough to remember going into a liquor store with my dad when liquor was, for lack of a better word, almost taboo. I'd stand there as a boy, he'd fill out a little form, he'd take it to another gentleman at the counter, they would go in behind the dark wall, come out with a bottle of booze, it would be in a brown paper bag, and we'd walk out like it was a big mystery. Since then, everything has changed. We now have tons of money goes into advertising, very glossy advertising at that, big sponsorships that come from liquor and associated products selling. Change is difficult, and when this type of change comes to town, this is one of the biggest things we've had to face as a new council. It's a difficult thing to switch to. The feds have legalized it, the province has said it's coming to town. We heard from the experts, within 5 to 10 years, it will be everywhere like a liquor store is in small town on Highway 7. So it's here. I think we just need to deal with it, and because of all those reasons, are we going to comment on vote or just put comments? It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear where I'm going, that I'll be voting in favor of it unless somebody knocks me off my chair with something I haven't heard through all of my due diligence today, up to today. Thanks, Meredith.
Okay. I will start off with if we're doing votes anyway, but I would be against. I will not be voting for. There are several reasons for that, and I do believe that I have to look at what Bruce has said, although I disagree a little bit too, in the sense of I think my personal opinion does have some bearing, as I am a taxpayer as well here in Uxbridge, so I certainly add that into my comments, but certainly not stand alone. I do have to take into consideration the people, everybody else, and I do so. Ward 5, I have had a number of correspondence in Ward 5 and a number of conversations, people approaching me in regards to this, and I will state that none of them were for it. Again, in that aspect, but from a professional standpoint, I would be naive to say that where drugs are, I would be naive if I didn't state that where drugs are, no matter what the drug, where drugs are, including alcohol, because alcohol is a drug, where drugs are, crime is. That you can't get away from that stat. Having said that, does that mean that having a store in town is going to increase the crime level? That's to be determined. But I think, again, I would be naive to say that the reasoning behind why the government is then putting money behind the problems that are going to occur based on this, or the problems that could occur based on this. The government is already acknowledging that by saying we're going to give you money to deal with them. So from that standpoint, I have a little bit of concern also. From a revenue standpoint, yes, absolutely. Anywhere you put a building or put in a new store of any type, we're going to benefit from the tax side of things as a town. And from a standpoint of the government, Bruce has already pointed out that that money is targeted to the issues as opposed to, putting in new facilities or whatnot. My biggest concern falls to the mental health costs that are gonna follow this. And again, that is to be determined. I'm not gonna stipulate that we're going to have mental health costs that are gonna increase 100% or anything. I'm not gonna put a number to it. But again, from experience and background, both on and off the job, the number of individuals that I have known personally whose lives, and that includes then a ripple effect to their family lives, that have been changed by marijuana and other drugs, yes. And I know I heard over and over again that the argument between whether marijuana is a stepping stone to harder drugs. I would not state that one equals the other, but in knowing the background of, and again this may go to the argument of why you should have something that is more pure, but when it comes to our youth, which is the target audience that I'm concerned about from this mental health cost to begin with, is we're not giving them legal access to that. And if we're not giving them legal access to it like everybody else because it's not good for their minds, they're still going to be going to the bad side to get it. They're still going to go to the illegal side to get their drugs. And therefore they're going to end up with the drugs that aren't pure, the ones that we're dealing with now, the ones that are laced with other drugs that get them to the next level. And that's what we see. And fentanyl obviously is the tipping point of that, where that leads to death on many, many occasions that we're dealing with on an ongoing basis throughout Ontario and Canada. Just give me a second. So those are pretty much my main points. So for myself, no.
Will your voice handle it?
It's going to be shorter than I would have. Catalina, thank you for the great job. The information has been invaluable that you've been able to disseminate out. It is interesting that 25% more of the population. I know in my ward, I've had one hand say no to me. I've had more, a lot more, say yes. It's here regardless. And, I mean, whether we have a store or not, it's here. It's been in our high school since I went to high school here in Uxbridge. It was, you knew it was there. There was lots of it. It was there when my kids went to school, and it's there now. So, it's there. Kids know about it. Not saying it's right, but the idea of the extra funding to do programs and services and talk about things like that that we need to do, we're going to have to do that anyways because it's here. The federal government opened the barn door. So it's there. You know, I have a problem with not having control over how many stores. I have a problem over the distance from our schools and daycare. That to me is a huge problem. I don't like that. But that's what the provincial government is giving us. Who knows? They may change their mind. They keep changing their mind. So I do have a concern about that. The potential of crime is unsure. Mental health issues, unsure from my perspective. I understand exactly what Councillor Snooks was talking about. But the majority of the people in this municipality that we've seen that put in there from the survey and speaking to people, I will be voting yes. But with those different things that I have concerns about to be noted. Thank you.
Go ahead, Willie.
I've kind of agonized over this for a long time now. I think I've mentioned, without going into detail to some of the other councillors, that this has been probably one of the deepest thoughts I've had on my mind. I kind of think it's why I probably didn't sleep that well last night. My wife and I don't have children. My wife and I don't partake in marijuana. And I look at this situation where we're at, and you know, the federal, provincial, and municipal governments all seem to have what they called interrelated goals on it: protecting the youth, public health and safety, and the elimination of illegal cannabis. And then I look at the provincial government and how they mandated it down to us was that if you wanted to have funding to do all of the above, you have to opt in to receive it. And then if you read into it, and this is only my perspective, it's not, and there's a lot of perspectives on this and a lot of guesses of what's going on down the road. Big food companies are already going down the roads and experimenting with edibles. I can tell you that one energy drink company is looking at it, and they're trying to figure out how to make it work because the cannabis separates in their product when they do it, when it goes to shelf. So the big companies are already looking at these products to come here. And we're not even talking about that yet, and it's going to be here, and those things are going to be legal, per se, within a year. So I don't believe that this rule, this law, as it stands, and how we're going to receive funding is going to stay as it is. But I also think, as council, if we're going to have to look at it as that it's here, and that we have to do our utmost to protect our youth, to look at public health and safety with regards to fire, police, bylaw, policy development, they've almost tied our hands and almost put us in a direction where we have to do what we perceive as right to almost do a cash grab. But I think we can do a lot of good things with that money to make it possible to do the right things around it. If you look at Whitby, who I believe has opted out, correct? Whitby's opted out. They've put cannabis bylaws into effect whereby they would, you cannot consume at a municipal buildings on the property where a municipal building is located. Parks and buildings and on the property where a park building is located. Can't do it in libraries or where the library is located, in public and private parking lots, in schools, daycares, facilities, and other child and child care facilities, and retail, commercial, and business establishments. Some of those are a given that that's going to happen. But I think we need to look the risk in public where this is going to happen, and then we have to do a really good job of determining how we're going to move forward on this, because as many know, there's costs of this legalization to the municipality regardless of whether the stores are actually here or not. And they're still going to have access to it. We don't know what the costs are going to be, but I think if we start looking at a cannabis action plan, which I believe is one of the things that Catalina put into her notes that we should look into, we should start looking at that now, because whether we get the $10,000 that they provide us with us now based upon our vote, or if we opt in and get who knows what we get down the road, there's going to be a need to look at that more in the future, and we're going to need to have a strong action plan, and it involves staff, council, it involves our trustees on the Board of Education, etc. There's a lot that has to be taken into it, and all the government's done is said, we're going to take our money right now at the tax level, and you guys figure it out down at your lower levels. So I'm disappointed in that, but at the same time, you got to play your cards as they're held. And you know, I think as you listen to what I'm saying, I think you've got a good idea what my position is on it, albeit that I don't like it.
Gord, do you want to make any comments?
First of all, thank you again for doing an excellent report. You've covered all the bases here, and I think it's provided us with a good basis to make our decisions. If I can just recapture what has already been said, we've done our due diligence as a municipality. We've had the online survey where we've had, I'm going to say, approximately a 50-50 split, in other words. But again, you have to look at the people that were motivated to answer that survey, so that's a whole other discussion for another day. That finding has not been decisive in my books. If you had an 80-20 or a 70-30 or a 60-40 even, it would probably help us a little bit better. Again, we've had other municipalities around us. Some have opted in, some have opted out, so again, it's a very gray area. There's been no decisive move one way or the other. The way I look at it is if we opt in, we have initial provincial funding, which you have spoken to in your report, which goes back primarily into the education process. There's no direct sales tax coming to Uxbridge. We might fill a storefront, but again, we don't know where that would be or the size of it, etc. And we really have minimal location over where they can actually set up shop. So that's the opt-in. If we opt out now and possibly opt in later, we can take a wait-and-see approach, where we see how other municipalities are dealing with it, learn lessons from them, and prevent mistakes happening in our own municipality. There's many unanswered questions, and some of the previous comments have spoken to that. We had the police in this morning stating they have concerns over the potential impact on impaired driving, the availability and reliability of suitable roadside testing equipment. Additional training will be required by their officers to even contemplate dealing with some of this. I don't entirely buy into the argument federally or provincially that this is going to eliminate the black market. To me, it's just going to push it further underground. Detective Carrier spoke to that a little briefly during his deputation at the open house. There's an unknown piece of this is the edibles or consumables that deal with this particular product. I think we've all focused on smoking in public or can this be smoked or vaped or whatever, but there's a whole unanswered piece over access to the jelly bellies and the wormies that we've all been exposed to as kids, and that's what worries me, is if these products are bought legally, they're taken home by the legal buyer, who is over 19, and they happen to get into the hands of young kids who don't know the difference between a jelly belly that's been contaminated with THC or one that's just off the shelf in a store. So that worries me a little bit. My kids are older, fortunately for me. And as already been said, it is in the high school. It always has been, probably since before any of us were in high school. Notwithstanding that fact, to me, this isn't going to eliminate that. So it's only going to push it further underground, as I said. Councillor has spoken to mental health aspects. What are those? Again, it's something that we're speculating on without actually having any proper data. So I'm looking at this as what's the best for our community of Uxbridge based on the existing data. There's no urgent need, and I'm going to call that urgent. In other words, if we had a 90-10 split or something saying that yes, we are all in favor of this, then by all means we should be moving in that direction. To me, if we opt out now, we can always opt in later when we're ready, when we have more information, and there's been a track record of this in other municipalities. Customers can already buy these things online, so they're not being restricted as to access. They can also go out and do it through the provincial store, or of the surrounding municipalities that have already opted in, they may choose to go there instead. So I think a wait-and-see approach is the best one moving forward. It gives us time as a municipality to learn these lessons. It gives AGCO time to establish proper details as to locations and the parameters involved with that. It gives our local police better time to procure the equipment and train their officers properly. And it gives us time to look at what possible benefits we could have in Uxbridge with this moving forward. So at this point, Mayor Barton, I'm going to opt out, or suggest that we opt out. Not pending that we can opt in later, but at least for the moment be opting out.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Do you want to go ahead, Gary?
I've given a lot of thought, talked to a lot of people, and I'll be voting to allow cannabis sales in Uxbridge for the following reasons. The majority of Uxbridge residents completed the survey and voted to allow cannabis sales. And we are in a democracy, so majority rules. By opting in, the illegal sales of cannabis should be reduced, therefore making it less accessible to our youth. Cannabis is a legal product to purchase and consume. The safety and quality of the product sold will be assured. Tax revenue for education, public health, and law enforcement will be shared with the jurisdictions who agree to allow cannabis sales. So that's how I feel about cannabis. And thanks, Catalina, for all your work.
Guys, thank you very much for making these decisions, and it's been a struggle for me as well. I've never used cannabis. I have no desire to ever do it. But we need to keep in mind that this is, the federal government has made this a legal product. Anyone in Ontario today can purchase this online. They can grow products in their homes. We have a large percentage of people of all ages that have been using cannabis when it was illegal and will continue to use it when it's legal. And I'm concerned about their supply. I'm concerned about, what Councillor Snooks talked about with with fentanyl and other products in the cannabis that people are already using. And it also really bothers me that people are making a living from an illegal product. That there's significant income being made by motorcycle gangs or organized crime selling a product that, 20% or so of Uxbridge residents are probably using. And that's been an issue for me. Now, I'm aware that where you have drugs and cash, their crime could increase or will increase. But I'm balancing that with, when I thought more about it, I thought, a cannabis retail location could be robbed. What else could be robbed that we might allow in this town? And, you think of a bank, you think of a convenience store with $15 for a pack of cigarettes, you think of liquor stores, that's been all over the news. And then our pharmacies are targets. So that's something I balanced. And I would allow a pharmacy, I'd allow another convenience store, I'd allow a bank. So that's my thought on that is, although crime could increase, we have to balance that with where we're at. And then I also thought a lot about the impact to our youth. I've kind of joked that we've had retail cannabis in Uxbridge for a long time out of a locker at the high school. When I spoke to my niece and nephew who just recently graduated, people knew where they could buy cannabis in the high school, and I don't see this changing that. So, by opting in, we allow possibly another storefront. Now, we don't expect, there's 25 approved right now. We don't expect to have cannabis retail in Uxbridge at least for a year, maybe two. And we need to ensure that we learn a lot during that time so that when we move forward with that, if it happens in Uxbridge, we're prepared. I want to ensure that we increase the no smoking areas in our downtown core to ensure that when I'm walking to the Roxy to watch a movie, my daughter doesn't have to smell cannabis as we're walking down the street. None of us want that in town. And we have to also ensure that if there's cannabis retail in Uxbridge, that we've looked at the distances and we've got the best possible recommendations for the AGCO on where those are located. So, again, my vote doesn't even count at this point, but again, I appreciate what staff did. Many people reached out to me on both sides. I've got many friends on both sides of this, and I think for Uxbridge right now, opting in makes the most sense for a number of the reasons that I spoke about, and just to delay this vote, I feel wouldn't actually help us, and it would hurt us financially. We delay it, and we wait a year to opt in, we lose revenue, and it's not going to happen right away anyway. So that's why I'm going this way. Again, thanks everyone for this. This is a tough vote, and I appreciate it. Okay, so we have a resolution moved by Councillor Garrett, seconded by Councillor Verona. This is resolution number 2019-02, January 21st, 2019. Proposed resolution to opt in to permit private cannabis retail stores. Whereas recreational cannabis became legal in Canada on October the 17th, 2018, and whereas the Ontario government has introduced legislation that dictates that retail cannabis outlets will be privately operated but licensed and regulated by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Canada, the AGCO of Ontario, the AGCO, and whereas the municipalities of Ontario will have the option to opt in or opt out, hosting retail outlets wherein their respective geographic boundaries, and would require that municipal councils pass a resolution and advise the AGCO by January 22nd, 2019. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Uxbridge opt in and permit cannabis retail stores, and that the Director of Legislative Services / Clerk provide written notice and a copy of this resolution to the Registrar of the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario in accordance with Section 41-5 of the Cannabis License Act of 2018, and that the Mayor and Director of Legislative Services / Clerk be advised to enter into any agreements in regard to intergovernmental funding related to the implementation of cannabis.
Can I request a recorded vote, Madam Clerk?
I've had a request for a recorded vote on report number CLO 619 by Councillor Hyatt. Councillor Rona.
You have to say
Use
yes.
your mic. Use your mic.
Yes.
Councillor Hyatt.
No.
Councillor Pop.
Yes.
Councillor Beach.
Yes.
Councillor Snooks.
No?
Councillor Garrard.
Yes.
Mayor Barton.
Yes.
The motion carries on a vote of 5-2.
Okay, shall we? Okay. Okay, now on Catalina's report, this is 06-19, opt-in, opt-out. What would we like to do with this? I think just received. Can I get a motion to receive this? Councillor Snooks and Councillor Beach, all those in favor of receiving the report, that's carried. Do we want to go through a bunch, or we have lunch waiting, right? Lunch is here? I'm wondering if you could just do Amelia's C of A's. Okay, we're going to do Amelia's C of A's really quick. Can you tell me where those are? Oh, yeah. While we're looking for those, media, do you have any questions for us? Yeah. Yeah, not just you, Roger, but all of media.
Mayor, I just want some clarification on the Grain Boys, timetable here. There's no meeting on the last Monday of January, that's been cancelled?
Correct. Yes.
So, the February 4th meeting, that's still a night meeting, is it?
Correct.
Yes.
But Grain Boys will not be on the agenda that night.
Correct.
And Grain Boys comes back on the agenda February 25th?
Correct.
Correct.
And when does Liz Howson's report, when will it be made available to the public?
As soon as it's complete. So hopefully by February the 4th.
Thank you kindly.
No problem. Okay, and that is provided. We have not yet checked with Liz Howson whether or not she can attend on the 25th. So the idea is that we push it to then to ensure that the residents are as well informed as possible. Okay, any other questions? No? Anyone in the audience like to ask a question in related to what we've already spoken to? No? Okay. All right. Oh, you have to use a mic. And and Aaron, if you want to use a mic too. And Aaron, I know you're disappointed in that vote.
I just want to say I'm really disappointed that we voted yes as a community. I think we should have maybe opted in later, not now. Doesn't make me sound proud, honestly. This is my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I just wondered how many of the councillors smoke pot or have smoked for an extended period of time? Because I know there's a report, but does anybody actually have experience smoking pot for a long period of time, or friends, or just anybody who, like from a report, I don't think the report really can get you inside of what's going on. You have to have been in the culture. So is that I don't know, is that an inappropriate question to ask, or?
I think it would be tough to ever get a politician to say, I've used this prop for many years, but
So it's okay for all the people who live in town, but not for you guys?
No, so Aaron, what I'm saying there is, I think it would be tough for anyone to publicly say that at this council, but speaking for myself, I have friends that have used it, and continue to use it, and I have lots of friends that have never touched it. I myself have never used it. I was asthmatic growing up, so I never smoked. I never used cannabis. It's just not a lifestyle that I choose to live. But I think the feeling from this council, and it's certainly speaking from myself, is when there's a legal product, although we don't condone smoking, people can legally buy cigarettes in Uxbridge. Although we don't, I've seen alcohol ruin people's lives, but it's a legal product and we allow people to purchase it. Again, we can chat offline anytime you want, but that was part of what went into my decision.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. I wanted to get a clearer view on that, and another thing that I wanted to...
If I could just comment to that 1 second, Aaron? Yeah. During university times, I had experience with people on floors and residents that, throughout the course of the year talked like you and I talk, and then near the end of the year talked a little slower, that partook in the stuff with frequency. I can tell you that it brings me no satisfaction to go in the direction that I did. But I also don't want to feel like we gave up on providing an opportunity to our youth for education and do our utmost for the community to try to do things to make it right. I'm not happy with this, but it's based upon the data that I've received, based upon some of the people that I've talked to, based upon some of the people that use it medicinally. I thought that my vote was representing what was being provided to me, and I apologize that I as your representative that I haven't provided you with that direction.
It's fair, because I think I appreciate that you guys are taking the democracy in, but I would say that the reason why we vote you in is because, like, to take a referendum with computers, what they are now, if we wanted to do a total referendum style government where we just go ahead and vote what we want. But the idea that we have you is because we look at your accolades, we look at your accomplishments, and it doesn't surprise me that a lot of you haven't smoked marijuana, because I don't think that you get to where you are being a recreational marijuana user through your whole life. And I agree with Gord, from my experience in the culture, that I think there will always be a black market, but now the black market is going to be our youth, and that's what's going on. And so as far as accessibility for the youth, you're making a statement, and more than anything, I agree with your points, but I think more than anything we had an opportunity to make a statement, and I was astounded to hear that, say, Whitby did opt out, a huge metropolitan area like that. And so for the outposts like us, where we have an opportunity, and where that I don't feel as though that financing to the youth, if you think that's going to make a big difference, that is not going to make a big difference at all. That's not, whoever you think that's going to affect from being in the culture, from knowing the youth and being in it in my youth, that doesn't reach the people. What it is, like you say, in terms of the access to them, also I can't, I don't have the data, but I think that the access to the fentanyl and the lace stuff is overstated. I don't think that's 50% of the market or the 10% of the market. I think what you're looking at on both sides, whether it's the federal stuff or stuff that people are doing at home or whatever, I know that's a concern, but I think it's a marginal concern. So if the majority of your money was to try and go into making youth aware of what's going on, you've already made the main statement to them by putting a cannabis shop in town. It doesn't matter if you give the cops or you hand out pamphlets to think, Dave, that we're not going to have people smelling grass in town when you go to the movies. That's not going to happen. You're going to have people, you're going to be smelling it. And so, but I do appreciate the democratic process, and for the councillors who did vote the way they do. I don't want it to be too emotional, because I know that you're not doing it based on just emotion. So I do appreciate what's going on here today, and I thank you. It was very interesting, yeah. Thanks.
Oh yeah, Amelia's reports, page 180, and then we'll go for a quick break. Just a second. Where's this? Thanks, Amelia.
Mr. Chair, I'll move report
Thanks.
419 and 519, unless there's any questions from committee or from council.
Any questions from council on this? I just couldn't find the report.
Yeah, it's G
Oh,
and
there it
H.
is. Yeah, so the first one, is concession 6 for, Yvonne and Bert Vanderhayden. That's for, auxiliary building, for, garage storage. The other is, Mill Street, guys. Okay, so are you okay with the reports being together, Pam? Okay.
Amelia, with this new storage building, on the sixth there, what driveway are they gonna be using, or are they putting in another driveway?
They said they wouldn't be putting another driveway in. It was just, to store our sensitive trees, so they're going to use their main driveway and then just, put in
Is that the
what they have
driveway off
existing.
of the sixth or
Yeah.
21?
It's the 6th.
It's the sixth?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on these two reports? Okay, can, Pam, do you mind seconding, Gord's motion? Okay.
Did he do both?
Yeah, he combined them.
We should do them separately. We have to report separately.
All right, I'll split them up, Madam Clerk. So DS 419, I'll move the report recommendation.
Okay, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? That's carried.
And I'll move report DS 519, recommendation.
Okay, Pam, do you want to second that one? Okay, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, break for lunch? Okay, guys, let's break for lunch. We've got another long afternoon. Thanks. Hey guys, are we good to get started? Okay, so let's get things going here again. We're going to start with Ingrid's report. This is CAO 0119 from our CAO, Durham Regional Agricultural Sector Climate Change Adaptation Strategy, and a request for comments from Durham Region. Don't all put your hands up at once.
I'm trying to log on. I can't log on anymore, so,
Okay, so the recommendations are that her report be received for information, and that council direct staff to forward a copy of this report to Mr. Donald Rickard as per his request.
I'll make a motion to do that.
Okay, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? That's carried. Next one is CAO 0219, Ingrid re the Kathy Boyd correspondence. This is that piece of property, she's got frontage on Lake Ridge and on Brookdale. A huge percentage of the lot is EP. It sits next to our animal shelter / gravel pit. And there might be an opportunity for her to get some property from us. But a straight land exchange would not make a ton of sense, because land that you can build on is worth, a significant amount of money per acre, and EP land is worth much, much less. Okay, so the recommendation on that one is that her...
Sorry, Dave, while you're looking for that, Ingrid, can you just back up a little bit? We talked about this one before, and there was some history there about, I think she wanted to do this previously, and we said no. Wasn't there something there?
yeah, okay. What happened is she had approached us. We had actually approached her. There was some thought that we might want to get these tablelands, which are down at the bottom. And as you can look at the drawing, you can see that she owns a piece of property and we own a piece that's south of hers. When we met with her, she said, I can consider doing a land exchange, but I wanna do an acre per acre. So we'll give you the swamp land at the bottom, and we will basically take it acre per acre on the north side. So at the time, we just said, thank you very much, we're not interested. And it's been sitting. But I think probably now, because the Conservation Authority lines are there, she probably has found that she doesn't have a building envelope. And that's part of the problem that she has. I personally think, since we ended up having to buy a road allowance on full market value from her, when we did the Brookdale culvert, I think it stands fair that we would also do the same. If you want land from us, then it has a value as per the market, and that's what we should sell it to her for.
And that land doesn't, that road allowance isn't, I don't know where this is.
Yeah,
I think
so
Willie told me your area.
you know where the shelter's going, the new shelter?
Yeah.
Okay, that property, it's the township's gravel pit, 25 acres roughly. It's on the very south boundary of that property is where the road allowance is.
Yeah, I saw the picture. So we
Yeah.
don't need this? We're not gonna regret
We
later that
don't-
we don't have a road allowance?
I mean, technically, we don't need it, but we haven't been selling road allowances. But in this particular case, I kind of look at it differently to say that if somebody has an existing lot of record and they can't build on it, then we should probably do what we can to try and mitigate that for them, because you know, you already have a property, and if you're finding that the Conservation Authority is saying provincially significant wetland is there and a bunch of other features, I think there's a meander belt, there's a few parts to it that I think in that particular case, I'd probably look at it and say that maybe we need to provide a little bit of additional land in order for somebody to be able to build. But they should pay for all the costs of legal, pay for the cost of the land, pay for it all.
And just from my perspective, if she has a totally unusable piece of property, from a building envelope standpoint, I don't think we need to give her any deals. So I think, you know, if this adds $150,000 worth of value to her property, then let's charge her $150. Instead of just paying for the little sliver, I think it pays for the ability to build. And, you know, we tried to work with this person in the past, it didn't go well, correct?
Well, it's just, yeah, in the past, basically, it was just, the value was skewed by what she's saying. Has got the same value as something else.
Okay.
And we're not opening the door to other, I'll call landlocked pieces of property that, I'm just thinking of some that have been raised before, that there's no access to it. I'm not gonna say, well, what about me?
I think what you'd say is, if a deal can happen at some point in time, there's conditions on why it happened. It is a property that already has access, and I think that should be the stipulating piece to it. It already has road access, and some of the other properties that we've had some inquiries about before had no access at all. So I think that's probably where you'd want to go with it, is to say, given that it has access. And then given that it's also in a heavily conservation area too. There's a lot of, well, you lucky you didn't buy it.
The access is off Lake Ridge. Yeah. So just south of where our property ends there, Gordon. And yeah, there's a road allowance, but the road allowance would be if Brookdale Road continued on to Lake Ridge there, and it's, you know, it would go through a giant swampy area. It's not a spot where you could ever put a road. Yep.
A little confused on the drawing here. The road allowance that's marked in red, is that not a road right, right below it? What is that?
Basically, the road allowance is if you were to take Brookdale where it comes across,
Is that what that is?
That is actually a road allowance in there, yeah, and runs right to Lake Ridge.
Is there another one?
It may not line up, but it's an old existing road allowance. Brookdale Road, it's a bit complicated when you get into that section of Brookdale Road.
Right.
Because it's a forest road. It goes way back to, I can't even remember when, but. Mhm, yeah. that's right, right where Walter Taylor says it runs, the road allowance runs straight through
Yeah, and,
to 23.
no, and we have a bit of history. My mother and her family lived there for quite a while, so. Anyway, I'm very comfortable with this, with Ingrid's suggestion on this, and to make a deal and allow for development charges and another house to be built isn't a problem for me. It's just making sure that we get good value for the piece of property we get. It doesn't stop us from doing anything in the future. Okay, we had a motion there, didn't we? Pam, did you move something? No. Okay, so wide open here, guys. What do we want to do? The recommendations from Ingrid are that her report be received for information and that we direct staff to correspond directly with Mrs. Boyd and see if she's willing to, if she wants to buy this piece of property from us.
With the stipulations that Ingrid...
Okay. Gordon?
Do you need to add full costs? Ingrid spoke to that earlier, but doesn't say that in the recommendation. She would bear full legals. All right, but I think you might want to put it.
Okay, so Gord changed it to ensure that we get full costs. Okay, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? It's carried. All right, next one, report CL 0519 from Catalina. Read the Integrity Commissioner Amendment to Agreement Number 2110. Guys, what do we want to do? The recommendation is that we receive it for information, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the necessary amending agreement. Gord?
I'll move the recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we dealt with 0619. Let's go down to Andre's report, 0119. From Andre, read the proposed election sign bylaw amendments. All right, any questions for Andre on his report? Go ahead, Gordon.
What is considered to be
being the actual parcel,
Mhm.
that it would be a violation of the bylaw.
So I'm going to... There's a ton of election signs there during the election.
Generally, they get put on the regional road allowance, but if they went, I guess, on the other side of the sidewalk, if there's any green space there, if they get onto the arena property themselves.
And the pool? How do you distinguish where the pool property is and where the road allowance is?
The officer, before they confiscate or remove anything, they need to make sure that they understand where that boulevard ends and where it then becomes the arena property.
I guess where I'm going is when your team or whomever, the candidate goes out and puts the sign and it gets moved by whomever, kids or hopefully not opponents, but anyway, you are now in violation based on this bylaw. Is there any lead time to either remove that sign or get on it, or are you going to immediately remove it and build it back accordingly?
It depends on the practice of that, I guess, election period. Generally, the clerk, and there's quite a bit of information, as you know, that the candidates get about where they can legally post their signs, but depending on the direction of the clerk, generally I think we do issue some warnings at the start, and then from there, we would just remove them.
If the person has been warned, if I can use that word, and they refuse to either move it or the violation occurs again, then obviously I can see taking recourse, but so it'll be the judgment of the bylaw officer to have to deal with that particular situation.
Yeah, and it would be under the direction of the clerk too, so a proper investigation about what led to the confiscation, obviously. So
I think the idea of increasing the deposit's a good one. But again, what would constitute a violation, I guess, is the question that I always bring up. And I'm hoping, based on the record that we've had, this election, I don't know how bad it was. The one before, obviously, was a little bit more contentious. But again, it's when your sign is been relocated, if I can use that word, from its original intent, and then you're in violation but weren't aware of it. You know, and it really, as you are gonna say, well, it comes down to the candidate to make sure they're not in violation. Well, you can't be everywhere all the time, I guess, especially if you're dealing on a township-wide, basis. So, that's my only warning flag that goes up for me is notification from bylaw to that particular candidate saying, you got 24 hours or whatever to move that, or you will be in violation or something.
Yeah, obviously, the officer, doing a proper, investigation to what led to the sign being there and speaking, I know that there was some issues, while I was not present, during this election time about some of them being moved by contractors and whatnot, so obviously, ensuring that a full investigation has been done, and obviously that conclusion would go to the clerk, for her decision about that, but it's more a matter for a lot of things is looking into efficiencies and removing these items from the courts, which continue to grow in cost and don't really benefit anybody.
And there's some that get moved by, grass cutting contractors and so on, so.
Yeah.
And automatically you're in violation, right? So,
yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, any other comments on this? I'm gonna jump in eventually. Go ahead, Todd.
I would just add, if anything, from a standpoint of what you've stated here, I don't have an issue. I think it's a good idea as far as, I agree with Gord. The money deposit thing is not a bad thing, from a standpoint of your reasoning behind it. Having said that, again, I'm in agreement with Gord. I mean, my own signs were moved by the grass cutting contracted companies on an ongoing basis and being set right up against the curb, running alongside the curb, and I had to constantly go around and change them and put them back because now I'm within the 3.2 meters, but I was doing that on a daily basis on my way home from work at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I would have an issue if I was then automatically having them picked up and taken away, and I'm being charged $500 and added to, and then I have to put another $500 in when it wasn't where I put it, and it's been moved by a contracted person from the town I work for. So I think I don't have a problem with the warning. The warning then should go out, and that should be ongoing, not something that's just at the beginning of the phase, because it's not the intent of anyone, I'm sure, on this council to put their signs in an illegal place, but it certainly would be the intent of kids having fun, and unfortunately, as Gord said, possibly candidates that want to get their other candidates in trouble. So your three offenders aren't the ones that are being penalized.
Yeah. And this is complex, and election signs are one of the biggest annoyances of running for office. And the more you have, the more complex it is. My signs were showing up in Brooklyn, all over the place. So this happens that, you put signs up and they move a lot. I think we all had a bunch disappear at times. Some would reappear. Sometimes you take them all down by the deadline and some go back up and then get confiscated at the end of the election. So it was incredibly complex. I think maybe some of the lessons we learned was that the out-of-town elections, so the regional chairs, some of the school board people would decide that it's cheaper to just have their signs confiscated than go pick them up and give away the deposit. I'd like to see that. What's the current deposit for regional chair?
Current deposit is only $150 for the regional chair.
Okay, so I think that one should be significantly increased. The regional chair position is one of the, and it may not exist, we might be talking about something that doesn't happen again, but the regional chair one should be increased significantly, maybe to 1,000, to make sure that there's some reason to come back and pick them up. And then for the local ones, what was that? I think it's still there. There's one on Brock too.
Scugog Township, side of the road.
There's still one in Beaverton, right, for the grocery store.
There's, and just to your worship's point there, I would say the vast majority, when I provide those numbers of 124 from the previous municipal election and the 97, The majority of them are people that do not live in town that have chosen that it's not worth their while to go back and pick up the signs, and then my department is stuck being the waste removal agent for these, unfortunately, and quite a bit of time is taken up doing so.
Yeah, and so I hear you. So I think this, sorry, Will, just give me 1 second. So I think we should crank the fee up for the out-of-town school boards, regional chair especially, because there's some dollars there. I think for the other ones, I think we were pretty good at picking them up. I think certainly, I was certainly guilty at times in terms of not always having them in the right location between me and supporters. So, let's go Willie first.
I was just going to say, sounds like the out of town is more of the issue than the in town. The other thing is that I think we've had some candidates that, it's not exactly the easiest thing to run an election campaign from a dollars perspective, especially if you're self-funded. And incremental up to $500, it's only a couple $100. I get that. It doesn't seem like a lot of money, but somebody who's running a relatively lean campaign and trying to get their name out there locally, I think we need to give some consideration to that, particularly if what we're finding is that the problems are not the people in town. But maybe there is an option, should you exhaust that resource at $300, that you can be incrementally fined or something in that. I just think there might be a better answer than just going hard line to 500, but I'm willing to discuss it more to see where we land.
I like where you're going with that. So why don't we keep the local councillors at 300, get the mayor, regional councillor at 5, and then the out-of-town ones where they might not pick them up again, 1,000. Would that work for you?
As the decision of council, I would say in general with this last municipal election, there was a local candidate that it didn't matter if you had increased it to 300, it was blatant, there was no way that he was following it, and that's where he'll run into issues that way. But I just think it's better that it's not 300 and then you're trying to write them a Part 1 ticket and drag them before the courts and what frankly is sometimes a bit of a waste of time. It would be better if that deposit was higher and they had more of an incentive to be making sure, because in that circumstance it was pretty blatant that they just did not care about what the rules were.
Sure.
In terms of the deposit, having the money up front it's exactly what Andre already mentioned in terms of incentive to comply. The difficulty with trying to catch up with people afterwards, just charging them a Part 1, is not going to recoup our costs. So we have staff out having to collect. There's a hard-line cost to that. We have disposal costs. Again, there's a hard-line cost for that. So if we issue a Part 1, again, you have an officer that most likely is having to attend court. If there's a challenge on the ticket, you never recoup that cost that you have already incurred. So ideally, by having the deposit up front, it doesn't necessarily force, but there is an incentive there. And in terms of your question or comment, Councillor Pott, it's refundable. So if there's no issue, they're going to get the money back anyways at the end of it. So that's just something to keep in mind by charging someone after. Like, we have a regional chair position that we've already discussed, and I mean, we're never going to get that money back, and they do owe us some coin, for sure.
Pam?
I think it's a good idea to put it up to the 500 for a few of those that don't obey, because if you are obeying, you're going to get your money back. I mean, there's a lot of people that run that have a good paying job. You know, some of us didn't, but we still managed it. You know, I just want to make sure that, and it seems to be more more of an issue in town than out in the countryside generally. If we get a warning and just say, you know, you've got a sign in the wrong place, whatever, that there, I think most people that want to take care, like I know I measure everything, you know, it's like it's a science I've got down, but if somebody doesn't care, then just, they lose the money. But they need a warning, because sometimes signs do get moved. It just happened, I had a couple that moved because the grass was along, the township was doing it, and it got placed in a no-no place, and I happened to be going by, and I corrected it right away. Nobody reported it, but I just happened to go that way, and I caught it. So, I know it was where it was supposed to be. I'd like a warning, and then slap me.
So, question, so this is specifically about, to Andre's point, about signs on municipal property. I think we're all starting to go, the unique, little situation. So is there, and maybe the question's, Dave, through you to Debbie, is there another report coming about sign placement and utilization and enforcement still in progress? Okay, so then I've got a concern. Like, it's way more than some signs being placed on municipal property. There's blatant disregard for the placement of signs in general, such as the one Councillor Beach is talking about, such as the ones that were lined all along Brock Street. Endless stories in Ward 3. I think we need to look at the whole election signage issue, not just those that are placed on municipal property. So I'd like to see that investigated.
Okay, so how about we do this? How about we have, to move forward, let's figure out what we're gonna do with the charges, or table this whole thing. But then come back with recommendations from council to staff on what we'd like to kind of see moving forward. It's the opposite way you normally do it. But then, and we have 3 years to decide how we're gonna deal with this. But I'd like to see major changes made to how we deal with election signs. I think we've learned a lot as a council, all the work that we did to get here, and try and move forward with this thing.
Yeah, I would just like to see it sooner than later. Because,
And I agree.
3 years from now, some of the memories will be a little cloudy.
Exactly. So, do you want to be part of a committee to take a look at this and
Sure.
make some suggestions? Who else would want to be a part of a little? I know. So, who else would like to make some recommendations on this?
I'd like to see one more urban and at least one rural participant for sure, because I can't speak to what's happened in Ward 1 and 2.
Gary or Pam? Who's the most passionate? Okay.
So you're striking a committee then?
We're gonna strike just a few people to make some recommendations, not really official. So just,
I'd like to see
do you want 3 people or 2?
I'd like to, yeah.
Okay.
Either Willie or Todd.
Can we do this? Okay. So Willie or Todd, who wants in? You know what, Todd is passionate about this, so let's go Bruce, Todd, and Gary. And if you want to reach out to me, we can, all 4 of us, we don't want to be together, but if you want to reach out to hear my ideas, I'd welcome that. Okay. Do we want to table this report, or do we want to move something today? Yes.
If you're going to be doing this committee and really looking at it, then I would say, can we table it for the present to get the total feedback and whatever from the 3 councillors?
I agree with you on that, Pam. So let's go, motion to table, moved by Pam, seconded by, okay, by Bruce. All those in favor of tabling this? Wait, did that carry? Hands up so we can definitely see them. Gary, okay, Gary? Okay, that passed. Okay.
Okay, but the thing is, it's to look at. Okay.
Bruce.
Try again. To add to what you said, to establish a committee consisting of Gary, Todd, and myself to more thoroughly review the entire election signage issue.
Yes.
Does that cover it?
Yeah, anyone for second? Pam, all those in favor of that? That carried. Guys, Ingrid is gonna speak to DS 0319 from Liz Housen, in regards to our Uxbridge urban area status. Update.
Okay. We're gonna, delay this report at this point. It's being delayed to allow delegations at a subsequent meeting, but I just want to be clear that it's not deferred as per the one of the developers in phase 2 who's looking to do a servicing analysis. Liz is not recommending that we delay it for that servicing analysis to be completed. It's only being delayed to allow them to make a delegation. And there's 3 developers in phase 2. And clearly, when you read the report, you can understand why the other 2 probably want to come forward and at least speak to council. But a recommendation is not to wait, as per one of the developers, for a full servicing analysis to be complete. So defer, and we'll try to get them booked in.
Okay. Can we get a motion to defer this or table this report for, do we have to say when? Ingrid?
I think it'll be depending on availability with the clerk's department.
It's a little too soon, I think. Do you wanna give us a date in March?
4th might be good if are we meeting on the 4th at night still?
March is committee, but that 4th is committee.
Oh.
We can do it, I think March break is the 11th, so the 25th.
I have that in my calendar.
March, that's the next council. Does it have to be at council then? It should, because it's at council today, so council is tabling it. March 25th, that's pretty late.
That is pretty late.
Do you wanna do it to the 25th of February? You can always table it again if we
Sure.
have it.
Yeah, that's a better date.
Okay, 25th of February.
Yeah, okay. So,
That's good because Liz will be here too.
yeah. So let's get a motion to table this until the 25th of February. Moved by Gord, seconded by Todd. All those in favor? That's carried. Yes.
Ask a subsequent question. A lot of this phase 2, as we all know, is contingent on the maximizing the water pollution control plan. So I wonder, Ingrid, and you're open for comment, would it not make sense to have a delegation from John Presta or somebody to sort of say what would be involved to bring that online to a phase 2 ready area? You know what I mean? Because if any of these are going to happen, it's going to be contingent on fixing that plant up.
I think it would be good. It is a budget thing, and I think it has been budgeted, it's just that they haven't assigned staff to do it yet. But
Okay.
let's maybe, since it doesn't have to be on a council meeting day, I think maybe if we can get them here, to your point, before they make their delegations on the 25th, at least council will be more up to speed on, what's involved in getting allocation.
Well, we want the status, what it is now, and what it would take to bring this
Yeah.
online, I think, right?
But it's, yeah, we can see if John's available.
Or somebody from Public Works down there.
Yeah. Do you wanna make that a motion, or do you wanna just make that happen?
I'm gonna make it happen, but, well, you can direct it though, Gord.
I'll make a motion to direct staff to organize a meeting with regional public works staff regarding the capacities at the water pollution control plant.
And I'm gonna aim for February the 11th.
Good.
Okay.
Moved by Gord, seconded by, Pam. All those in favor? That's carried. Madam Clerk, what's next?
So we jump to bylaws, which you're gonna table anyways, 'cause it's assigned, or they signed.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna table, there's 2 bylaws, right?
Nope,
Just one? Okay, so do I need to table the bylaws? Alright,
table that one.
okay. So can I get a motion to table, bylaw number 2019-007? Pam? Gord? All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, now Madam Clerk, what do we got?
Then we are over to Andrew for our education questions.
Alright, now we get educated from Andrew. Thanks for coming in.
Great. Thanks very much for having me here today. My name is Andrew Mirabella. I'm a senior consultant at Hempson Consulting Limited. Staff had asked me here today to do a bit of a development charge kind of training 101 session in regards to the upcoming study that Hempson is currently undertaking for the township. We were here, I guess, 5 years ago to do the development charge background study at that time, and I think it's a great opportunity here to do this again, this training session. Looks like there's a lot of new faces around the table from when we were here a few years back to undertake a similar study. So we will keep the session, I guess, somewhat informal. I'll go through the package. It's about 35 slides, but perhaps at certain key points I'll pause and ask for if there's any questions for clarification rather than just waiting for it right at the end, because you may get, there's a lot of information and we make sure we want to get through it all for you. So just kind of looking at a few things, what we're going to be discussing today, just in terms of a background, what are development charges, overview of the Development Charges Act as it relates to calculating specific development charges for the township, Uxbridge's current DC rate structure, what that means in terms of your residential and your non-residential charges, key steps in calculating development charges. We'll get through in the end a bit of your council involvement and what we're looking for you as we move forward and some next steps. And again, just to be clear, this particular presentation here today is intended to be more of a training session. We're not presenting draft calculated results in regards to what we have done so far. That will come at a subsequent meeting where you'll have the opportunity to see that and review that information. So just in terms of some of the background here, the township passed your development charge bylaw 2014-064 in May of 2014. That particular bylaw has a shelf life of 5 years, and it expires on May 27, 2019. And the township must pass a new bylaw before the expiry of that one in order to continue collecting development charges. So it is very important, obviously, that we undertake this process in due process and go through the proper steps. And in order to put in force a new bylaw, a DC background study must be completed, and the township must hold at least one public meeting. That public meeting, again, is statutory under the Act. And our process typically is a little bit more robust than just what the Act requires. We do like to be kind of in front of council more than once, just at the statutory public meeting, give you a sense of the process and the work that we have done prior to getting to that statutory meeting. So just an overview, I guess, what are development charges, if some of you may or may not be familiar, but effectively development charges are fees imposed on development to fund growth-related infrastructure and growth-related capital costs. And the development charges pay for the new infrastructure and facilities to maintain service levels. The principle behind development charges is that growth pays for growth, so that financial burden isn't really put on to your existing tax and user and ratepayers there. Effectively, you know, in theory, growth pays for growth, but under the Act there are some limitations, and to the extent the limitations of where development charges can be used. So, unfortunately, not all growth-related infrastructure actually gets funded through development charges, and that is one particular point that I'd like to put. But the general kind of theory behind it is that growth pays for growth, although with some limitations, as I know. So, you know, when we talk about development charges and growth-related infrastructure, those are really one revenue to, or one aspect of how municipalities fund capital. And obviously there's also direct developer contribution. So You know, with, even though there's growth-related capital cost, development charges do fund a portion of it, but there's also direct contributions from the developer, which is infrastructure required as part of a subdivision agreement. So any internal roads, sidewalks, street lights, park elements that are directly related to a specific development are generally funded right from the developer as part of those agreements. And those, although the initial capital asset and the initial round of assets is funded by the developer, it's important to note that the township then maintains and regains full responsibility of that asset and are responsible for the long-term keep of that asset and maintaining it. And then there's obviously the next biggest component is property taxes, and that property taxes are used to fund the long-term repair and replacement of that infrastructure, whether it's been in place by the developer or whether it's been placed by development charges. Development charges can only be used again, similar to the developer, for the first round capital acquisition, not for the long-term maintenance and repair of infrastructure. Then there's the statutory and non-statutory reductions on development charges, which property taxes help support that. So we'll get into it in a little bit, but generally speaking, there's a 10% statutory discount which has to be applied on general services, and development charges can't be used to fund that 10% discount. They have to be funded from other sources, namely property taxes. And then there's things like ineligible infrastructure, which would be required to be funded from non-development charge sources. And for example, if you were to build a new administration center, administration costs aren't DC eligible, so although you can maybe claim it as growth related, but it is ineligible under the Act, and those costs would have to be funded from non-DC sources. So development charges, again, is just a piece of the puzzle there in your total grant funding tools. So just as a bit of an overview of the Development Charges Act, the requirements of the legislation are pretty specific in terms of what it needs. So a background study and public process are required. A bylaw must be enacted and has a maximum life of 5 years. Restriction of services that can be included and the level of growth-related capital costs to be recovered are identified. Charges can be levied both on a municipal-wide basis or on an area-specific basis. Dedicated reserve funds are required, specifically for which the charges are levied and collected for. They can only be applied specific to those services going forward. And credit and front-ending agreements are permitted under the regulations of the Development Charges Act. And many municipalities do use that infrastructure, use those components. Most often not, credit agreements are on the water and the wastewater side of things, which are not the responsibility of the township, but on the regional side, and they often quite use those front-ending agreements for those purposes, but nonetheless, they are a function under the legislation. So just to give a bit of an overview, there have been some changes to the Development Charges Act, I guess a year and a half or so ago. And one of a few other items that came out of it, non-disposal waste management services are now eligible under development charges, which they never used to be. So if there's recycling components with new trucks, for example, you can now fund those from DCs. An asset management plan must demonstrate that assets are financially sustainable over their full life cycle. So that was a bit of a new requirement now. Obviously, the township has a corporate asset management plan in place, but the intention of this component of the Act is that now when a development charge bylaw and background study is adopted, all the capital assets that are identified in that background study, we need to inform council of what those long-term repair and replacement requirements are, so that infrastructure isn't in place without you knowing what the long-term implications are. There's a longer consultation period now. DC background study must be made available 60 days prior to the passage of a bylaw. So it does give a little bit more time for that background study to be made public and be viewed by the development industry or anyone interested members of the public to comment on it prior to the public meeting. There's additional reporting requirements for the treasurer. Development charges can be payable at the first building permit. That is particularly an important point for municipalities that have quite a lot of condo type development. So, for example, when we did the DC studies in the cities of Toronto, you know, those are big contentious points because now they can pay their development charges a lot earlier in the process and perhaps lock into a lower rate. DC background studies must consider area-specific development charges. So typically we always did look at area-specific development charges as a way to recover the cost. Municipal-wide or area-specific are obviously the two ways to do it. The township currently has a municipal-wide approach in place, but under the Act now we do have to consider at least area rating and area-specific DCs. Whether that is, you know, the intention and where we go, that still remains to be seen, but generally speaking, area-specific development charges are most commonly used specifically for the purposes of water and wastewater infrastructure, because the infrastructure required to service the development is a bit more localized. So I would suspect we're still going to continue on with that township-wide approach, but we do have to make consideration for it in the background study. And transit services are no longer subject to a 10% reduction, and they have to be based on a plan level of service. So again, for municipalities where transit is an issue, that did provide them a little bit more leeway and ability and flexibility to fund more infrastructure, more capital costs associated with transit from development charges. It's not, although I'm not in this slide or the next slide, but I guess it's probably a good point to raise. I'm not sure if you are aware, but the province is again undergoing a review of development charges as it relates to the province's initiative to increase housing supply across Ontario. So Hempson Consulting, as well as some of our other municipal peers, have been invited to attend and discuss at the technical consultation sessions to provide input into that process. There's actually the second session and the final session with the development community and all their lawyers and Hempson and some other municipal representatives going on right now, and the final one, and comments are due by the end of this week to the province. So there are potentially changes to the Development Charges Act in terms of the way DCs can be used to fund growth-related infrastructure. To the extent of what those changes are at this point in time, it is difficult to say. But I guess I will let you know that that is under review, and perhaps what we're doing right now, there might change a little bit in terms of some of the quantification of what can be DC eligible or not, but certainly we'll keep you informed. Yes, go ahead.
Quick question. In your experience, do you find that, say, for rentals, do you find that rental rates would change based on the DCs on the project at a time, or do you think they follow the market?
That's a very good question. Generally speaking, rentals, affordability, and whether you're purchasing a new home, things like that are all often market-driven type approaches. And so whether that's one of the things that is being looked at is how to increase affordability and increase supply, and whether development charges play a role in those types of factors, and whether it's the market-based driven costs or DCs are initiating the cost increases in the supply of rental units and such. So.
Okay, so it's more on the DCs would establish or determine whether or not the project was go, no-go.
Yeah, development charges, they play, 5 to 7% of the total cost of a purchase price. It's typically what we see in GTA municipalities. So, there's obviously quite a lot more at stake than just development charges when a municipality or a developer builds a home and sells it. And those costs are much more than development charges, and we think those other factors, interest rates, the broader economy, play a much bigger role in what those costs are and what the market can bear.
Okay, thank you.
So just looking at some of the service categories, charges are levied on a service basis as defined by the township. There's generally two types of services that we consider under the Development Charges Act. The first one is general services. They have a cost recovery of 90%, and they're to a maximum planning period of 10 years. It's important, so all general services, they have to statutorily be discounted by 10%, and they can only be funded over a 10-year time period. Engineering, transit, and protection services such as fire and police, and engineering does encompass roads and related services. Those are 100% DC eligible cost services, so the entire cost of those projects, to the extent that that project is 100% related to growth, can be funded from development charges, and the planning period under the Act can be unlimited, and usually municipalities either go two ways with it. They keep it under the same 10-year period as with the general services, or they go to a longer planning horizon to match official plan targets or your growth plan targets. So they usually try to stick, and we always recommend trying to stick with established targets when we do come up with those time periods. And again, transit, though, although it's 100% recoverable service, now it still is limited to a 10-year planning horizon, so we can't go to a longer period where that would cause a lot more funding for municipalities, but the developers wouldn't seem to like that very much, so it's still strict to a 10-year period. So when we talk about the Development Charges Act and what actually services are excluded, they're pretty specific in terms of which costs or which service categories are not to be included under the capturing of development charges, and the remaining ones, in our view, can be, and those costs are eligible. So just to go through the list here, cultural entertainment facilities, including museums, theaters, and art galleries, those are all ineligible from DCs. Tourism facilities, including convention centers. Parkland acquisition, that's a bit of an interesting one. So under the Planning Act, you get money for parkland. So under the Development Charges Act, you can actually use development charges to acquire new parkland, but you can use development charges to develop parkland. So there's a very big distinction there, and so those funds can be used, for example, to build a ball diamond or build a soccer field on that land, or get that park ready for development, the sodding cost, the grading cost, putting shrubs in, but it can actually just be used to acquire the land itself. Hospitals, headquarters for general administration of municipalities and local boards. So again, like I mentioned, the township head office is ineligible, and you would not be able to use DCs to fund a new one or expand this one. Landfill sites and solid waste incineration, to the extent that has been amended, but certain components of that are still excluded from DCs. So now we have a bit of an idea of what's excluded in terms of what is eligible under the capital cost. So any cost to acquire and improve land, obviously subject to parkland itself, can be used, and development charges can be used to fund those. Rolling stock with a useful life of 7 years or more, so the useful life of that particular threshold is police vehicles, which those are typically 2 to 3 year useful lives, and we don't typically see those as being DC fundable, so they're kind of excluded from that mix. Furniture and equipment, excluding computer equipment. The Development Charges Act was written in 1997, where prior, computers weren't running virtually every component of our daily lives, so we did take a little bit more of a liberal approach to that as time gone on. Computer equipment is obviously a very important component to a lot of the facilities, and for example, and I know not particular to yourselves, but water treatment plants, they have the SCADA systems in there that run all the treatment facilities. Those are, although it's computer related, we consider those to be okay and fundable through DCs. Similarly, library circulation systems in your libraries, those are obviously technology and computer related, but can be funded through DCs. Personal computers, those are excluded from development charges. Development related studies, so the DC study itself, any planning related studies to extent of official plans and zoning bylaw amendments or servicing master plans, those are all okay and fundable through DCs. Engineering fees and contingencies associated with building or constructing a new project or any acquisition of an asset can be included. Past expenditures that still need to be funded or have not been funded through DCs can be included, and that includes interest and financing costs. So if you do have any debt associated with any project that was previously carried out, I know there's some debt on the fire station, for example, those interest and principal payments associated with that will be rolled into the calculation. Although that project has occurred, those financing costs can be brought in and funded through future development charges.
You don't mind, Andrew?
Sure.
So we're going through a fairly large project going through our downtown for water drainage, which pulls a large portion of our downtown out of a floodplain.
Yep.
Can we set up a separate DC for that project, so that anything that's built because we went through that project, can there be a separate DC for that?
Yes. Yeah. So there's different ways of approaching funding that particular infrastructure itself, whether it's we call an area-specific development charge, where that those works would be funded directly through that specific area, or the charge itself or the infrastructure serves a broader area. And in the 2015 or 2014 DC study, we did include the Brock Street culvert in the development charge calculation, and it was considered a municipal-wide benefit, so it benefited the township as a whole, and those costs have been included in the DC rates that are currently in force.
Can we do an additional one that's more focused just on that area?
So it's either one or the other. We can't double dip in terms of what is recovered from development charges. So it's either the capital cost can only be included in one iteration or one form. We can only recover the cost once. So whether it's from development occurring in the entire township or it's development occurring specific in that area, obviously if we put cost specific to development occurring in that area, would place a greater dependence on DCs in that particular area and drive up the DC rates, because we have a similar cost being spread out over a smaller development.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you switch from one to the other, or are you stuck?
Once the DC bylaw is passed, your you're stuck, or not stuck, I guess, you are, you know, those rates are in force for the 5-year period.
Yeah.
Amendments are possible, and they are allowed under the Act, but you will have to go through a similar process as we're going through now, as a full DC background study has to be made, and the bylaw has to be amended, and the public process, and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Sure.
Could you explain why there's a 10% rollback on general services as opposed to engineered services, if
Yeah,
I can call it?
that's a really good question. So effectively, that was one of the negotiations that came out through the 1997 Development Charges Act. Prior to that, they were 100% fundable. And through negotiations and through the development charges, it got started at 20 or 30% and got negotiated down to 10%. So it's just a recognition that those assets on the soft service side and general service side also do benefit the greater municipality and the greater population. So there was some tax support that should be funded or put towards that, even in addition to any replacement shares associated with the project, which we'll get into.
If you had a public works project,
Yeah.
that's,
Well,
that's no different than a library service, to me anyway.
well, Public Works is a bit different. So under the
So
regulations
it's
under the
100%
Development
eligible.
Charges Act, we consider Public Works to be a service related to a highway. And if it's a service related to a highway, we can fund 100% of those costs through development charges. That's the one nuance to it. The rest of them, Parks and Recreation, Library, general studies, are all 90% services. Yeah. Okay. So just looking at Uxbridge's current DC rate structure, and this is a good point from the question that was just brought up. So what we have on the table is all the service categories for which the township currently has a development charge, or at least a capital cost associated with it. The second column is the statutory maximum DC cost recovery, and you'll see there we have 90% for all the general services, but such things like as fire and rescue, public works, or township engineering, those are 100% fundable through development charges. And again, there's a bit of a star beside public works. If it's treated as a service related to a highway, then we can fund 100% of those costs through DCs. With that, we have the statutory maximum planning period, 10-year periods for all your soft services, and unlimited planning periods for anything that is 100% DC eligible. And then we have the planning period identified in that 2014 DC study. And we use a 10-year planning period, a 10-year planning horizon for all those capital costs for all those service categories that we had in our 2014 DC study. So what that means, effectively, what do development charges currently fund in Uxbridge when we talk about residentially? The pie chart there really reflects, well, two big components here is what's actually funded through DCs. We have our Parks and Recreation and Township Engineering. Those are two biggest components of cost that are related in the way the charges are currently distributed and what is currently funding. And it's almost split evenly at 46% each. Animal control and fire and rescue represent a much smaller share of that pie in terms of what can actually be funded through development charges. And we have the residential charges per unit on the far right table. And the charges are distributed by occupancy patterns within those units, and that's quite typical for what we see in other Ontario municipalities in terms of the way the charges are distributed. So singles and semi-detached units currently pay about $11,400. Townhouses pay just under $9,000. Apartments, whether larger facilities and garden suites, pay a lower DC rate for those particular units. And again, the distribution between engineered services and general services is quite even, almost 50-50, 54% general services and 46% engineering. I guess I will point out that you may notice that there's more service categories on the table preceding than there are actually in terms of charges right now, but that is also because the township has built up quite a reserve fund in some of those instances, or some of those cases, where the development charge reserves must be applied to the capital projects that we currently have on hand in order for them to be included in the background study. And in some instances, the reserves that we had on hand were greater than the capital projects needed over the 10-year period. So those particular areas wouldn't get a development charge, as the funds required to service development were already on hand. In terms of non-residentially development charges in Uxbridge, there's a current charge per square meter of GFA of about $30.14. and township engineering is by far the largest component of that, at close to just over 85%. Typically, the way Henson does development charges, and the way that we think of development charges, is that items such as recreation and library are entirely driven by residential development, and therefore you only see those components of the charge on the residential rate. Non-residential rates, they don't really have a service impact, and so therefore you only have, engineering, fire, public works would receive the non-residential charge. So I guess it's also, in our mind, important to kind of point out here that there's the lower tier municipal charges, which is what we're currently dealing with here in Uxbridge, but certainly there's regional development charges which are currently in place. And those development charges, as you'll see in the next slide here, have a much bigger impact in terms of what the end user, being the developer, pays when they build or construct a single-family detached unit, or any unit for that matter. So those development charges have been updated in 2018 by the region, and that bylaw will expire on July 1st of 2023 for a 5-year period. And those charges are differentiated by unit type, and you'll see the single and semi-detached unit in Durham region is $31,139, and those are differentiated again by unit type, and on the non-residential side by type of use. So on slide 14, I thought it'd be important to kind of illustrate what that actually means in terms of your upper tier charges from Durham region, and what the lower tier charge in Uxbridge means relative to some of your other municipalities in Durham, and as well as kind of Peterborough and Kawartha Lakes. Effectively, you see the Uxbridge charge there is boxed in, and total rate is over $40,000, but again, the majority of that rate is that blue bar, which is the region of Durham rates, and then the red bar illustrates the municipal portion of the total DC charge. And I will note this doesn't include the education development charges, just the lower and upper tier charges, but nonetheless, I think provides a pretty good context. Municipalities of Ajax and Whitby and Clarington have much higher development charge rates, well in excess of $50,000, where the Uxbridge current rate as they exist right now are kind of quite competitive with some of your surrounding Durham region municipalities of Scugog and Brock. Yes?
Yeah, once you get into York region, how do we compare?
Much lower.
York is significantly less?
No, you are much lower. York region is significantly more, yeah. So the development charge in York region, just on the regional side of charges, without taking into the lower tiers, is around $55,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Just from a regional standpoint?
Just from the regional standpoint. And much of that is related to water and wastewater. And in areas such as like the city of Vaughan, where we just did their development charges, the lower tier just went up to $50,000 there. Plus,
the lower tier did?
Yeah, so the city of Vaughan's GC rate itself is $50,000 plus the regional charge, so they're one of the first municipalities to crack the $100,000 for a development charge standpoint. So, it's really related to the infrastructure that's required to service the development, and, effectively, that's unfortunately that's
And that's a standard residential house?
That is a single-family detached unit, yes. So it doesn't matter how big the house actually is, it's related to the type of unit and the type of dwelling unit that's constructed.
That's even on a single-family bill, right?
That is a single-family built price, yeah.
One house at a time, vacant lot, York region, development charge.
Correct, yeah.
So it's not tied just to subdivision.
No, it doesn't matter. If you're building a brand new house in York region, in Vaughan, you're...
So then, if there's a single-family home like that it has a basement apartment kind of roughed in, ready to go.
Yep.
Is there an additional charge for that?
Well, so that gets into the way secondary suites are done, and typically speaking, any developer knows that under the Development Charges Act, there's the residential intensification allowance. So once they go in for the building permit, anyone can create a secondary suite afterwards without the development charge. So in most cases, they don't pay those secondary suite DCs. The province was looking at exempting wholly secondary suites about a year ago under the old provincial government, under the Liberals, and there was some problems with the way the legislation was written, and we've raised our concerns, and it kind of got stalled, and so we don't know where that's going to go again, but I know that's at the forefront of a lot of municipalities in terms of exempting those types of dwelling units.
And we've heard a lot about, you know, residential, rental units, you know, should be exempt from DCs, and there's been a lot of talk on that. Just with your expert opinion, where do you stand on that?
So are we referring to affordable housing type units, or?
Yeah.
You know, affordable housing, it's a hot topic right now, and it's not just yourselves, and that's part of the reason why this provincial review is also taking place. Development charges are one mechanism to do it. Personally, there's the opinions that you can use, you know, affordable housing exemptions outside the Development Charges Act, because once we put an affordable housing exemption into the DCs, it's there for a 5-year period unless you do a bylaw amendment. If you do it through other areas, such as CIP, for example, they can be amended and kind of implemented and withdrawn without actually going through a formal DC process. Once the bylaw is created and passed, it can't be touched unless a full DC background study is done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, just a follow-up. If you were in one of our seats, what would you be fighting for? Do you think we should keep our DCs on the low side, or do you think we're losing potential revenue and it won't necessarily affect growth?
So there's a couple ways to answer that. So I would suggest that if the infrastructure is required to service development, then it should be funded from development charges. The capital program and the costs that are required to service development needs to be paid for by some way, and development charges are the tool to do that. And from our experience and what we see, and just by the example, for example, in Vaughan, obviously areas that have the highest rates of growth also have the highest development charges. So there isn't really, in our experience, a direct correlation between the level of the development charge and the cost of it and how it impacts growth, because those, obviously, they don't run exactly parallel to each other. Development charges can increase, and rates of growth will also continue at a very high pace, so there isn't a direct correlation there.
Okay. I wasn't done yet. You go first, talk about.
I just wanted to ask, from a challenge perspective, if you want to deal with affordable housing and incentives, are you better off just to set up a CIP for affordable housing and keep it out of the DC bylaw probably, right?
Yes.
Because then it's a standalone statement that you're supporting affordable housing, but not complicating the DC bylaw by saying we're going to exempt some groups from it.
Right.
Okay.
Exemptions, as I mentioned, it's a bit more flexible when you want to make amendments or do any other changes to it, where the Development Charges Act is less flexible.
And then, are municipalities ever taken to court due to DCs, or are we sort of immune to that?
No, so no one is immune to that. The development charges that are put in place are appealable to LPAT, so there's a 40-day appeal period associated with it. So once the bylaw gets passed, there's 40 days for anybody to appeal the bylaw, whether they're in force or against it, or, you know, they've been appealed for other reasons, but there's that 40-day period. Once it passes that appeal period, then the bylaw then is enforced for the full 5 years and can't be effectively challenged. The individual complaints can be launched, and that complaint process can be not in the actual calculation of the rate, but it's the application of the charge. So someone may not agree with the way the development charges were applied to their specific property, and that can be filed as a complaint and brought to council, and then that could go through the process, but the actual calculation of the rate itself can't be challenged.
Okay. And is that common?
The
challenge?
appeal or the challenge?
The challenge.
It happens from time to time. Usually not so much on the residential sector, it's mostly on the non-residential sector, where they will file a complaint whether a commercial charge is levied on their definition of industrial units, or kind of in those types of gray areas, but less on the residential side, and they do happen though.
Okay, thank you.
And how does it work, layperson here on this topic? How does it work then with stuff that is currently in play? Would be grandfathered under current, even if we change things in May of this year?
No.
Or what point does that
Yep.
development charge change with?
Through the mayor, so the development charges are payable at the time of building permit. So if they're in the planning process and actually haven't pulled any permits, then they would pay the development charge rate at the time the permit is paid. So they won't get a building permit until they pay their development charge. Okay, great. So just looking on kind of the next slide here, we have the development charge comparison for commercial typical unit here, or commercial development of $1 per square meter. The Uxbridge charge again is on the lower end side of the spectrum. Again, very comparable to some of your surroundings of Brock, Pickering, Ajax, and Scugog. Whitby again and Oshawa are on the higher end of the spectrum here. But again, most of the rate here is related to the Durham region charge per square meter, where the municipal portion is quite small. So just to give a bit of an overview of the study process, we did touch upon a little bit of it, but effectively we start off with a development forecast, and we have to estimate the amount, type, and location of development that's going to occur in the township over the planning period. Once we have our development forecast, we move into calculating 10-year historical service levels. Effectively, our increase in need for service can exceed the average level of service provided over the preceding 10-year periods of the background study. We then identify all the growth-related capital needs and requirements to service new development over the period. Those capital costs must be kind of dealt with on an individual case-by-case basis, and a series of deductions have to be made in accordance with the Act. So any grants or contributions that are come in or anticipated to come in for each project have to be netted off the total program. The required service discount of 10%, as I mentioned, would have to be deducted from the total capital cost. Any replacement or benefit to existing shares, and that's quite a, I guess, a contentious issue from a development community perspective, where any portions of project that benefit the existing community or are replacing an existing piece of infrastructure to which the new project is being in place would have to be removed and deducted from the capital cost calculation. So just to give a quick example of that, if we were building a new, well, I guess the example would be perhaps the new pool. We're building a new pool, and if the old pool is going to be decommissioned, then the cost and the square footage or the GFA associated with the new pool would then be netted off the existing capital cost of building that new one. So only the incremental GFA, the incremental growth portion, can be funded through DCs, and the replacement components of what the facility that we are replacing or the asset we're replacing is not considered DC eligible. Any available DC reserves that are on hand have to be applied to projects occurring first, and any shares of projects that benefit development beyond the 10-year planning period or longer must be considered, and post-period benefit shares are then allocated. Joe, sorry.
Yeah, I do. So say for the pool.
Yep.
What would happen if we're forced to shut down that pool just because it's end of life?
Okay.
So we close that asset, and then we do another one a year later, say. Is it all DC eligible because we currently don't have a pool?
That's a good question. I see the strategy there, but generally speaking, you were providing a service, and that service has been in place, and if you were building a new pool and that one's just the timing of the decommissioning, I would potentially still argue that it is replacing an existing asset, and only the incremental component can be funded through DCs. And I guess it's also important, there's, under the Development Charges Act, we can only fund capital infrastructure to the preceding 10-year service level average, and which it wasn't included in the 10-year service level. So, there is the argument in the link that the asset was already in your service, and now you, in order to fund the new one, you should be taking that into consideration.
Okay, thanks.
Just so I'm understanding, again, layperson, what the value of the existing pool is once it's sold type thing, or decommissioned, or whatever it's done, that goes against?
Yeah, we usually do it on a GFA basis. So
what's GFA?
Gross floor area.
Growth?
Gross floor area.
Gross
The floor area of the,
area.
gross floor area. So if it's 1,000 square feet that's being decommissioned and you're building 2,000 square feet,
right,
1,000 square feet can't be included in the DC calculation.
Gotcha.
2,000, the other 1,000 square feet can. anyway, so once we have our capital program, we make those series of deductions, we have our costs eligible for DC recovery, and those costs then are then distributed between your residential sector and your non-residential sector, and then the residential is a charge per unit, and on your non-residential sector, it's a charge per square meter of GFA. What we have on the table there in the flow chart is we have a floating box there on the right in terms of your operating and replacement cost analysis, including your asset management plan. That has to be completed with every background study, and that will have to be taken into consideration what the operational impacts are of constructing or replacing the capital program. So just to provide some details here in terms of the key steps, our development forecast, again, as I mentioned, we forecast the amount, type, and location of development. We will be establishing the areas to which development charges apply, whether it's township-wide or area-specific. Types of development, residential, population, dwelling unit, and non-residential, whether it's non-residential floor space and employment. Thought it'd be kind of important in here to show some of the historical trends that we've been seeing here in the township. So this slide looks at population and households from the 2006 to 2016 census period. Effectively, the township has grown about 2,000 people, which is a 10% change over the 10-year period between censuses, which is fairly close to, well, as close as we're going to get from our 2014 DC study projections, where we were off by about 80 people in terms of the number of new people going to be into the township over that same period. On the household side of things, we grew by about 1,000 households, so a 15% increase in your total occupied dwelling units. Again, that was quite close to the Hempson estimates that we had in our 2014 D study of about 17 units. So in terms of the allocation of growth and the way we thought it was going to occur, it seemed to be quite in line, and we have to be cognizant of including a similar level of growth to ensure that obviously it has a direct correlation in terms of the amount of revenue that the township is from DC. So we had the forecast, we do place quite a bit of importance on it, because if we overestimate growth and it doesn't come to fruition, then we don't collect the funds that are required to in place the infrastructure that's needed. And you know, from Donna's perspective, that's quite important, because it does have a direct relation to how we actually fund those capital assets identified in the program.
To that?
Yeah.
At what point does it become, I wouldn't say statistically significant, but when you over-calculated something, is there a magic threshold number that would trigger you to revisit your original evaluation?
Yeah, so I guess that's a good point. So as I mentioned, Development Charges Act, it can be amended. So if we do see some significant change in the way the growth is going to be occurring in the immediate period,
right,
and that would, to me, kind of raise a flag where you may want to update early in order to ensure that you're capturing that growth and the capital costs are properly being funded. There's no magic, I guess, number, but I would say any time we're tracking, 20 to 30% off of our estimates, then I would suggest that maybe those numbers.
I'm thinking more of the opposite, where you let's say, budgeted in the whole DC thing for a population of X, and it actually falls short of that significantly because of limiting circumstances like the water pollution control plan, et cetera, where you're not achieving that target, but yet you've budgeted for it in your DC study. How does that work?
It work on the same way. You have to kind of look at it in terms of if we're not achieving the estimates or if we're overestimating it, then we need to be looking at it. That's why we always suggest that DCs be tracked and the forecasts that are coming in. There's also the school of thought, though, if we put in the capital program and the forecast and they don't come to fruition, then technically the infrastructure required to support that higher level of growth wouldn't be in place at that same time. So it may just be a deferral of the capital projects, but nonetheless, it's a sensitivity test that would have to be undertaken. In terms of the employment side of things, the township did grow by about 14% in terms of place of work employees, about 1,000 new employees. And again, it was actually beat our estimates in terms of what we anticipated that was going to be growing in the township from our last study. So we'll have to be cognizant of that level of growth that has been fairly strong on the employment side, and whether we think that level will continue over this immediate 10-year planning period. So once we have our development forecast, we do look at service levels, and we're going to calculate 10-year historical average levels of service for each of the particular services which are required. That service level sets a cap on DC eligible funding, so there is a maximum allowable funding envelope that we have to adhere to. Effectively, we can't be funding or using development charges to fund services or increasing our services greater to what we've been provided over that preceding 10 years. So there is some built-in mechanism on the general services side where we have to abide to and ensuring that those costs or the service that we're in placing are consistent with what we've already been doing over the 10-year period. And the quantity and the quality of service must be considered. So in terms of once we've got our service levels, we then move into the development related to capital program. And council, under the Act, needs to express their intent to undertake the capital works for them to be included in the DC study. We do recognize that projects and scopes change and funding changes, so the actual projects itself, once in the background study, can be amended, but at the time of the background study and bylaw passage, there has to be a commitment from council that those projects are in fact intended to be taking place and intended to be done. And again, as I mentioned, the DC eligible costs, they must include those series of deductions, so we have to take into account your grants, subsidies, and contributions, any uncommitted DC reserves, the 10% general service discount, and any post-period benefit shares all have to be accounted for when we look at the development charges. So in terms of what to include in the DC capital program, we did talk about some of the projects, and we'll just kind of go through in terms of what's eligible and how we look at it. I think it's important to tie in with the capital budget and any master plans. Anything that's in your DC study that you'll see are all costs that are in current 2019 dollars. They're not inflated values. The 2019 is the first year of the DC planning period. As the township indexes their development charges, adjust them annually. That is intended to cover any inflationary increases in cost as you're adjusting your development charge rates in accordance with the non-residential construction price index. Any capital project that provides benefit to new development and expands the township servicing capacity, so any expansions, new fleet acquisition, park features, road widenings, those are all what we consider to be DC eligible projects and can be included. Any growth-related debt or negative DC reserve fund balance can be carried forward and funded through development charges, and we are doing that in this current background study for some services such as fire where there's existing debt.
If it's all right, it might be jumping back a bit, but it sort of goes along your road widening aspect.
Yep.
On the fourth slide, you mentioned direct developer contributions being internal roads, sidewalks, streetlights, park elements, etc. I've just sort of asterisked that, and then of course we read it up here again with road widening. Bike lanes, can that be brought into the direct developer contributions?
If the bike lanes are within internal to a subdivision,
yeah,
and it's directly related to the subdivision, then it can be funded by a developer.
That side.
Yep.
And then
generally, if it's a part of not internal
outside of
development,
that development,
outside of it, and it's a township-wide initiative,
then
those are on the development charge side of the aspect. Yeah.
Thank you.
So when we talk about what is growth related, what are the factors to consider, and I guess it's important we did this exercise with staff, and I think even from council's perspective, when we do come back with the capital programs in a few weeks' time, what we're considering growth projects and what is DC eligible. I think that one of the biggest questions is, would you be undertaking the project in the absence of growth? So if the project was going to be going forward, even if there wasn't one new person or household being constructed in the township, then to me that would not be a growth-driven project. It would be a project that's required, even if there wasn't any growth. So that's a big determination. Is the need for the project being driven by a specific development or overall growth in the municipality? Is a component of the project related to regular repair and maintenance? So, general road resurfacing projects, those are generally not triggered by growth. Those are just general rehab projects that would be undertaken even if there wasn't any growth, and those are distinct and usually not included under development charges for recovery. Is the project in whole or in part replacing an existing asset? So you could be relocating an asset, but if it's a like-for-like relocation, then we would not consider that to be growth-driven. But we can, it depends on what the situation is. There may be some elements of it that are growth, but not an entirely growth-related project. And then to what extent do the upgraded elements of infrastructure relate to growth. If it's increasing servicing capacity, then we think those are justifications to include in the development charges backup study. So I thought it'd be important just to kind of go through a bit of a high-level list here of what are the key capital projects that we've identified thus far, obviously in terms of our 2019 DC study, and a lot of them have continuity with the 2014 DC study, as we did include a lot of these projects in there. Obviously, there's the construction of the new pool, which we've identified, and we'll be recovering a portion of those costs from development charges. There's a debt repayment, principal and interest components on your fire station that was recently constructed. There are new fire vehicles that are anticipated to be acquired over the planning period. A provision for expanding your existing library space to service new development. There's various developments intended to be kind of incurred or developed over at the Fields of Uxbridge over the 10-year planning period. The Brock Street culvert, although it's obviously a flood reduction project, and it is largely benefit to existing and benefiting a lot of your existing community, but there certainly is a growth element to that, and we will capture what we can from development charges and bring that into the calculation. And then there's a series of development-related studies which the township has identified, including this DC study and forthcoming DC studies over the planning period and fire master plans and so on, which we'll be capturing in our development-related capital programs.
Do you talk to the region, and specifically about sewage capacity?
That's a good question. Not particularly in terms of when that will occur. The region has their allocations, and there's obviously the official plan that's in place. We're working towards the official plan targets in terms of population and employment, and the level of development that we're anticipating to occur is, based on what we think is actually going to happen and the timing of that development. I know there's sewage capacity constraints, not just yourselves, but in other municipalities as well, in Durham region, which the timing of it is, I guess, still in flux. So we have to be cognizant of that growth and when that...
Can you just help me understand a little bit more of this? Because there's the two components. There's the regional side, the municipal side.
Mm-hmm.
This contributes to the municipal side.
Right.
Unless the region steps up and expands the capacity of the water treatment facility, there won't be any growth. So...
Yeah,
do we
there's
encourage
a
them?
few other things that are happening that, this is a 5-year window that you're working on, right?
Right.
Within the 5 years, we think that the region will have undertaken their, capacity exercise of the current plant and made any adjustments, which could release that extra allocation, which we talked about this morning. The other part of it is that the region's got it, because most of the development that's on the horizon that might happen is that phase 2, but they all have a long planning exercise to go through. And then the other piece to it is whether or not the region's going to allow communal servicing. And right now the region is starting to move a little bit on the communal, that we may actually achieve those targets.
Okay.
But you have to just remember that Uxbridge has a phase 1 and phase 2 identified build-out. And once, to your point, if that phase 2 is built out, then the question becomes what happens after that. But then that's going to be a major community planning exercise about trying to expand the town itself, especially given that it's in the Oak Ridges, Marine, and Greenbelt. So right now, I think we just have to go with what we know, and know that probably there's a lot that's going to happen in the next 5 years that may change the way we look at things.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And to Ingrid's point, is that the bylaw itself is a 5-year period, although we're looking at a longer term. But certainly, any time and if the information comes sooner and it warrants an update or an early update, that is possible, and it can be done. But certainly, when we talk about the bylaw, when we do our forecast, we put a very big emphasis on the immediate 5-year period, because that effectively is going to a direct result into your DC collections and the growth that's going to be occurring in that period. And the latter end of that period, obviously, is still important, but can be, I guess, better amended when better information does come through in the coming years. Okay. Just looking at our local service definitions, and this kind of falls onto the local guidelines and direct developer infrastructure that's in place. So as part of this, we are going to be reviewing some of those guidelines that are currently in your existing background study. And effectively, they're a set of guidelines used by the township to determine shares of the capital projects which are recovered directly through the developer or through DCs. So we'll be looking at those local service guidelines, particularly related to roads and related stormwater and parkland development and tree planting, as water and wastewater infrastructure, again, is typically on a local service framework, but obviously not the responsibility of yourself, so excluded from that component. So those definitions, as in 2014, as in the background study, we did include them, and it's infrastructure that, again, is internal to a development or external to development, but needed to support a specific development required to link the area to which the plan relates. So any turn lanes and things like that that are outside of perhaps a specific development, but directly associated and related to it, can be funded and directly developed or constructed and funded. So we have the calculation of the rates. Once we have we've done our capital programs, it's really about calculating the rates, and we allocate those costs between your residential and your non-residential sector. We do cash flow all the rates, and we do an analysis there to project the timing of development, and so obviously any interest costs and financing costs that would be required or incurred as associated with carrying out the capital program, those are all embedded and incorporated into the calculation. And those charges are, again, on a residential side per dwelling unit type, and non-residential, either it's a per square foot or per square meter of gross floor area. And again, we do a capital and operating impact analysis and an asset management plan only associated with those assets that are going to be constructed over this planning period. So I think we just wanted to, again, go over, I guess, consultation with yourselves and what our plan is. Obviously, I think there's a greater transparency with the study, and I hope this DC session was quite helpful and provided some input. We think the whole process itself is a bit more transparent when we get in front of you earlier and we come back again and we'll present you with the rates and the capital program prior to us attending the statutory public meeting. Hopefully this kind of provides some awareness to what development charges are and how they can be used and to the extent they can be used for. I think my comments, I hope, have been resounding in the fact that development charges are used and they fund growth-related infrastructure, but there obviously are some limitations to the way they can be used. And I think, from the perspective of at least the way DCs are, there's one piece of the puzzle there, but there's obviously a lot of other funding areas that need to be considered when a project goes forward. And, I think to the extent that we have a capital program, those costs, as much as they can be funded through development charges, should be funded through development charges in order to facilitate the emplacement of that infrastructure. So just, I guess just in terms of some of the items, I know we talked a bit on timelines, just to give you, I guess, a bit of a heads up and forewarning to what we're working with and what the key steps in passing a DC bylaw are. As I mentioned, the DC background study has to be released publicly 60 days prior to the passage of a bylaw, and effectively that background study has to be put on a website. We advertise for the public meeting 20 days before that meeting were to take place. The bylaw itself has 2 weeks before the public meeting in order to meet the test of the Act. Again, that statutory public meeting will take place. We do encourage any submissions from the public and council, and if that bylaw and background study has to be amended, we will do so before the bylaw is passed. Once we do that, we bring the bylaw forward for passage, and then once it's passed, there are a series of notice requirements that have to be taken into consideration. And there's a 40-day, again, appeal period on that bylaw once it is passed. And once that period is clear, then your bylaw is set into force. If the bylaw, in the event that it were to get appealed, the township would continue to levy development charges on the rates that were passed by council, even if they have been appealed. And then we just have to be cognizant that if any appeal were to move forward and the rates were to be downwardly adjusted, there would have to be refunded those developers that paid the higher rate in the difference of what the LPAT negotiated rate was. So just in terms of some of your current bylaw here, some of the exemptions that are in there, under the Act, there are a range of statutory exemptions which are put in place, whether it's a Board of Education, municipality or local board, are all exempt from the payment of DCs. The enlargement of an existing residential dwelling and the creation of additional units is exempt from DCs. And then there's industrial expansions to 50%, so if you expand an existing industrial operation by 50% of its gross floor area, that 50% is exempt from paying DCs under the Act. And you would pay development charges on any expansion greater than that. Your bylaw does have some discretionary, exemptions in there from, non-residential farm buildings, places of worship, for university, any non-residential development involving the creation of additional accessory uses less than 10 square meters of GFA are exempt, and any industrial development exceeding 930 square meters are also exempt from the payment of DC. So we will be looking at this list. I know there's some discussion on some of lifting some of these exemptions in order to fully collect for development charges in order to pay for the infrastructure, and part of that is that last industrial development exemption where there's already the expansion under the Act that's exempt. So we will have to look at that and perhaps bring that forward for later discussion.
Just one more that,
Yep.
we've been in discussions outside of here about long-term care coming to town, and they've already, as a private operator, they've already thrown it out there, and of course, they're looking to maximize their profits and would therefore like to have DCs eliminated, so that wasn't very likely, but it's one of those ones that, I guess it would apply to anything. How badly do you want something to come to town, and would you be prepared to lower DCs to have community housing or whatever we want built here?
So there's
Not saying it's
also-
right.
Yeah, so I guess under the Act, I guess what's important and what you could do, as many municipalities have done, is you can enter into a DC deferral payment agreement where the development charges can be deferred to a later date, so you can effectively defer them 20 years, for example, and they would be deferred to the point that as it remains a long-term care facility, the payment of DCs would be deferred, and then the moment it changes, they would pay development charges on whatever would come into play. So that is one way of doing it, rather than actually, again, putting direct exemptions in there, and we've seen those types of deferral agreements done by other municipalities, so that's something to consider. And even on the affordable housing topic on that note. So in our view, again, this is a pretty highly consultative process. I think the intention, again, today's mission was obviously to provide a bit of a DC 101 and a training session for yourselves. We'll be coming back with the intention here, results in early February, I believe it's on the 11th. On a subsequent council information session, we'll be sharing the development-related capital programs, the forecast, and what the resulting rates are that we have calculated. And we would look at that meeting for your input in terms of the rates, because we will then proceed to prepare and draft that background study, which has to be made public in that month of March. We'll be holding a statutory public meeting again at a full session of council, and that bylaw then would subsequently be brought forward for passage at a later date. So I think just in terms of some next steps here, obviously we just have some work in terms of finalizing our forecast and capital programs. We'll be calculating our development charge rates and again, consulting with senior staff prior to coming to council, but we'll be coming back to you on February 11th with what the preliminary result and the draft results are for your input. And again, at that point, I think we'll have to be making some more, serious decisions in terms of how we want to move forward and what the process would be. That was my presentation. I know we took questions kind of as we were going through it. I do hope that was helpful for you, but are there any other additional questions and things that we wanted to discuss at this time?
Nope. No, thank you very much for coming in. It's important that we learn about all the different tools that we've got to assist us with some of our costs, and did a fantastic job explaining it, so thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Thanks.
So it is cheaper to work in Durham than it is in York. That's what we're
Yeah, that's right.
so the lie is out the window, in other words.
That's right. Well, and to that point, it may be, but did you want us to include, when we come back next time, did you want us to add the York Region municipalities to those comparator lists?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Certainly our close neighbors, so
yeah.
So maybe Georgina, East Gwillimbury,
sure.
Newmarket, Stouffville?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Perfect. Scugog, you think are in?
Yeah, Scugog's in, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we'll add the York Region, perfect.
Yeah. Hey, thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you.
So you use the mic, Willie. Can I get a motion to rise from in camera?
Motion to rise from camera.
Moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? That's carried. We have a motion that Willie's about to make.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, could you reread the motion, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, Your Worship, council would approve the appointment of Phil Smith to the Durham Active Transportation Committee, formerly known as the Durham Trail Coordinating Committee.
I'd like to make that motion as per Madam Clerk.
All right, moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? That's carried. What else do we have to do here?
Then approve the report from in-camera for the appointments to committees.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the report on the committee structures and residents that have stepped up? Moved by Pam, seconded by Gary. All those in favor? That's carried. What else? So we have an item of correspondence from J.J. Macquarie. Would someone like to receive this? Moved by Pam, seconded, and receive and refer to the applicant and planner. Moved by Pam, seconded by Bruce. All those in favor? That's carried. Next. Okay, yeah.
But that's it for
Okay, who's got the confirming bylaw?
It's over here.
Okay, Gary, do you want to read that? Oh, do you have to, yeah, confirming bylaw. With Mike.
Confirming bylaw for January 21st, 2019, first and second reading, moved by Gary Rona, second by Willie Pop. That leave be granted to introduce bylaw number 2019-008, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of its regular meeting of council of January 21st, 2019, and the same be read a first and second time.
All those in favor of first and second reading? That's carried.
Carried. Third reading, moved by Gary Rona, Willie Pop, that bylaw number 2019-008 be now read a third time, finally passed, and the mayor and clerk duly sign and seal same.
All those in favor of third reading? That's carried. Move to adjourn. Moved by Willie, seconded by Gord. All those in favor? Carried.
Debbie, have you sent out letters yet? Oh, I'm sorry.